Ouais, ouais. C'est bon? Dear students, dear families and friends, dear guests, it's a great pleasure for me as President of the Scientific Committee of the FIFA Master to welcome you all this afternoon for these presentations. This day is very important in the program, not so much because it's the last working day for the students, but also because today will be the result of 6 months of work, of research, and writing and reading and producing a dissertation in writing, about 60 pages, and these dissertations have been already assessed by the scientific committee. But part of the exercise is also to make an oral presentation, and this is why we're here today. And we will listen to the 7 groups who have been formed to present, to research and to present a topic which was chosen by the students. I hope all your phones are on mute. Mine is. And so we can start, and I will ask Group 1 to come on the stage for their presentation. Their name will appear on the screen, as well as the topic they have chosen. Of course, there was 1 or 2 supervisors for each group, and in this first group, it was a duo with Madalina Diaconou and Petros Mavroidis, both professors at Neuchâtel University, who supervised the work of these 4 students. Okay, we are ready, and I guess you are ready as well, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Denny. Esteemed scientific committee, parents, guests, friends, and classmates, welcome and thank you for joining us. My name is Philip Black. This is Rasha Elghorour, Syed Asif Hussain, and Chiara Delsaut. And today we will show you how we intend to rebuild trust by assessing and safeguarding response efficacy in the US, UK, and Swiss gymnastics. We are all here because sport has, in some way, shape, or form, brought us together. It has meant something significant to us at some point in our lives. And I would imagine we all want the next generation to share and continue this love for the sport. When we think of that next generation, our younger siblings, our children, our grandchildren, what kind of environment do we want for them? One of fear and harm, or one of safety and trust? What if something were to happen to them? Can we blindly trust the systems in place to protect our youth? And what is more important, winning games, medals, or trophies, or protecting their physical and mental well-being? Do we not want them coming home in one piece? Athletes are at the center of the world of sport. If we fail to protect the athlete, we fail to protect the sport. And if we fail to protect the sport, we risk losing its very essence and integrity, leaving a legacy of fear and distrust. Safeguarding in sports is the process of protecting children and adults from harm by ensuring that they have a space in which to engage in sporting activities. Only in recent years have we seen safeguarding initiatives from the largest sporting bodies in the world, such as the IOC in 2017 and FIFA in 2019. Despite these efforts to implement safeguarding measures, we discovered significant gaps and failures to safeguard athletes in sports today. 1 in every 3 girls in Uganda aged 13 to 17 reported having experienced sexual violence in some form while participating in sports. 1 in every 5 Canadian Olympians have reported experiencing emotional and psychological violence in the forms of sexual comments or advances from coaches or staff. The efforts to safeguard athletes at a global scale are concerning. We found there to be an inexistence or complete inadequate implementation of safeguarding policies across various sports, a complete lack of proper training and resources for coaches, staff, and volunteers to recognize and respond to abuse, inexistent or inadequate reporting mechanisms where athletes often feel unsafe reporting abuse due to the fear of retaliation, lack of trust in the system, and unclear reporting channels. And finally, a culture of winning at all costs, which, coupled with power imbalances between coaches and athletes, creates an environment where abuse and maltreatment can thrive. Our research will focus on gymnastics for the following reasons. Gymnastics is a sport that requires extreme physical and emotional dedication, increasing the risk of both physical and psychological abuse. As an individual sport, gymnastics heightens the importance of the relationship between athlete and coach, which can create power imbalances and opportunities for maltreatment. Many gymnasts begin training at a very young age, making them particularly vulnerable to exploitation. Recent high-profile cases, such as the Larry Nassar scandal, have brought significant attention to the systemic failures in safeguarding within sport, and the availability of detailed reports and investigations, like the White Review in the UK and the Magglingen protocols in Switzerland, provides a rich source of data for in-depth analysis and comparison. Our aim is to highlight a dire and urgent need for comprehensive reforms and safeguarding practices within gymnastics. The current situation is alarming and demands immediate action to ensure that all athletes can compete in a safe and supportive environment. Safeguarding in sports is not just an organizational responsibility. It is a moral imperative that affects us all. Rasha will now present our research framework and our methodology, explaining how we conducted our study.
Thank you, Phil. Good afternoon, everyone. So to build on that, our project is centered about understanding to what extent sports organizations enhance their safeguarding practices to protect athletes in sport. To achieve this, we set 2 specific goals. First, to identify how they responded to past safeguarding failure. And second, to explore how they implemented a safety culture within their organization. From these 2 objectives, we expect an evaluation of current safeguarding practices, creating a new developed model towards safeguarding culture. And lastly, to determine how safeguarding measures improve. So we built our null hypothesis that challenges the assumption of adopting safety culture approach will enhance safeguarding practices. To test this hypothesis, we evaluated the effectiveness of implementing a safety culture within an organization. To achieve this, we employed the following methodology. First, we began by setting the theoretical framework towards safeguarding. This will provide a foundation for understanding the critical principle for protection athletes. And second, we identified the best practices based on existing literature, using an organizational lens. Thirdly, we adopted a mixed method approach, and we targeted those 3 gymnastic federations and contacted them to gain access to some particular information. And also we interviewed key stakeholders in gymnastics. Fourth, through an in-depth case study analysis approach, we determined their responses, and then we evaluated the efficacy of their safeguarding practices. And finally, we analyzed the results and reached to the recommendation. So our criteria derived from safety culture concept. This innovative approach was inspired from also CIES study. We took that approach and we merged it with Breckenridge approach to compose a development model toward safeguarding practices. Based on that, this model consists of 3 criteria. First, safety management system has 8 indicators, and actually we developed this approach and we added a safeguarding officer because we saw this crucial role is really connected to case management, which is our second criteria. It has 3 indicators that evaluate how effectively sports organizations manage cases. And also we added a 3rd criteria to have a legal aspect toward sanction indicator. Hence, we developed, as you can see, an evaluation system. For each indicator, we assign a score ranging from 1 to 3. By using this assessment tool, allowed us to quantify the effectiveness of safeguarding practices. However, before we conduct the assessment for the federation, we draw a timeline for each federation of events that happen inside the organization. Then we determine their responses by identifying the breaking point. What do we mean by the breaking point? Well, it's the transforming phase or the stage from fail to respond to athletes' maltreatment to the phase that a federation took reasonable action to implement systemic changes within their organization. So as you can see, in British Gymnastics, it was in 2020, and for Swiss Gymnastics, it's also in the same year. And while US Gymnastics, it started early in 2016. And now, after we have an overview of the timeline for each federation, I will hand it over to my colleague Asif to present to you the results.
Thank you, Rasha. We will now show how the British, Swiss, and US Gymnastics Federation scored in the chosen criteria. First, let's set the stage with a brief look at where these federations stood initially before the breaking point. We graded each gymnastic federation with a score of up to 3 points in each of the 11 indicators, totaling 33 points. Swiss Gymnastics scored the lowest overall score on the implementation of the 2 criteria, only 30%, US Gymnastics at 42%, and British Gymnastics scored the highest with 66%, indicating their advanced status in terms of safeguarding practices. These numbers paint a clear picture of the substantial room for improvement, underscoring the need for targeted and effective intervention. Fast forward to the post-intervention period, and we see a completely different landscape. British Gymnastics' implementation of the criteria increased to 94%, Swiss Gymnastics to 70%, and the US Gymnastics to 97%. This significant uplift in numbers is a testament to the conscious effort and safeguarding practice implemented in each federation. Now let's compare this transformation and see what made such a significant impact. First, British Gymnastics faced significant challenges with the inconsistency of policy implementation and reporting mismanagement. They saw a 28% improvement by focusing on refining and enforcing their existing systems. The key areas of improvement included the creation of Safe and Sports Hub for a streamlined and accessible touchpoint for information, news, and direct reporting to British Gymnastics. They also brought in external expertise in the form of Globacall, integrity software, allowing them to significantly enhance documentation and reporting. They also partnered with the Lime Culture, the leading experts in safeguarding, who advised gymnastics in their policy revision. When looking at the Swiss Gymnastics Federation, they experienced a significant improvement, resulting in a 40% increase. When comparing to British Gymnastics, for example, Swiss Gymnastics did not have a specific safeguarding officer or team in place. But since 2021, they have set up a legal and ethics department with one person responsible for ethics. The Federation also introduced ethics module and workshop across the organization focusing on ethical issues in coaching and artistic gymnastics. In terms of reporting mechanism, database collection system, and investigation procedures, this is done through the Swiss Sports Integrity set up in 2022. Finally, we see US Gymnastics, who lacked dedicated safeguarding officer before the reforms. However, they saw the highest improvement by 55%, with some of the highlights of the reform being creation of online reporting systems and confidential hotlines, providing channels for reporting misconducts. This was through the establishment of independent body, CEST Sports Center in 2017, which was pivotal in prompting US Gymnastics to enhance their case management procedures. The Federation also introduced a dedicated safeguarding officer and a yearly update. The last main reform is the implementation of a robust whistleblower protection system within the Federation. After reviewing these varied approaches into improving safeguarding practices in these three federations, Chiara will now walk us through the key learnings and recommendations.
Thanks, Asif. Lastly, we wanted to share the recommendations of best practices we established for safeguarding within national governing bodies such as those of gymnastics. Overall, in our study, we evaluated the responses of our three chosen national gymnastics federations, being UK, US, and Switzerland, and based on best practices for each criteria along with their current status. The best practices for these are, firstly, having an established or updated in-depth safeguarding policy. Having a qualified and dedicated safeguarding officer or team who has significant authority, resources, and independence to be able to effectively oversee and implement safeguarding measures. The roles and responsibilities of the safeguarding officer or team need to be clearly defined as well as aligned with best practices, and they should have mechanisms in place for continuous improvement and maintaining their expertise. Another recommended best practice would be having implemented clear and specific incentives or requirements related to safeguarding practices to receive funding from the International Federation, in this case the International Gymnastics Federation, encouraging a commitment to safeguarding and promoting best practices. Further best practices include having updated and/or yearly safeguarding training programs, having regular measures to evaluate the effectiveness of these safeguarding training programs, having various and accessible communication channels, allowing for the dissemination of safeguarding information and reporting of concerns while ensuring confidentiality, having well-established planning and prevention strategies, including some risk assessments and established protocols or procedures with regular updates, having set monitoring and evaluation processes to assess the effectiveness of implemented safeguarding measures with mechanisms for feedback and continuous improvement, having a well-established, confidential and accessible reporting mechanism with clear procedures and multiple channels for reporting by athletes, as well as the encouragement and protection of whistleblowers, having a well-organised and secure database or system for collecting, tracking and managing safeguarding concerns, and then lastly, having a properly implemented, independent and comprehensive investigation procedure and transparent reporting policies for handling safeguarding failures with due process. To wrap up, our study demonstrates the potential there is for significant improvements within athlete safety and welfare through our evidence of the adoption of safety management as well as case management systems, which disproved our null hypothesis. Our research further revealed that sports governing bodies must shift from their current reactive approach to a more proactive stance on safety concerns to truly create a safer sports environment. Even though our findings were based on a national governing body within gymnastics, these can apply to all national governing bodies and, more broadly, all sporting organisations aiming to create a safer sports environment. Dear colleagues, professors, family and friends, and to those watching online, we hope we were able to demonstrate the importance of safeguarding measures within sporting organisations. By implementing these recommended best practices, we can create a safer sports environment for all athletes at all levels worldwide. Our youth, our gymnasts, and indeed all athletes deserve nothing less than our utmost commitment to their safety and well-being. Thank you.
Congratulations, Group 1, on your excellent presentation. Now we have about 10 to 15 minutes for questions. Anybody is welcome to ask questions. I don't see any hand. Yes, Professor Pauly from De Montfort University.
Thank you, Sandra. Thanks, Denny. Thanks, group. That was really, really great stuff, and I enjoyed reading your paper as well. I'm interested in whistleblowing, which you mentioned a couple of times there. Can you maybe just tell us a little bit more about how your 3 case study federations currently deal with whistleblowers, whether that's from people from within the sport, from clubs, coaching, or also, and I'm particularly interested in this, from gymnasts' families, from the families of any minors, if any of them come forward. Can you maybe just give us a very quick sense of how whistleblowers are managed at the moment and how you think they should be if your recommendations all come through?
Thanks for your question. Currently, what the organisations have done, when you compare the 3, you see some, like for example, let's start with British Gymnastics. They started way above US and Swiss gymnastics, and Swiss, let's say, was kind of behind that. And British Gymnastics has now improved massively, but then when you look, say, at US Gymnastics, for example, they started lower, but have improved the most out of the 3, and then Swiss started kind of the lowest and have improved as well. But when you kind of compare the 3, you see that like they've all implemented different things, but the kind of best way to go forward is if they kind of implement all these things. Obviously, there's kind of priorities, and some things are easier to implement than others. But I think kind of if they implement all of these, that's kind of the way they kind of deal with it currently. Is starting with, say, having a safeguarding officer in place to start with, and then from there they start establishing safeguarding policies and other things. Like the Swiss case, for example, they don't have a safeguarding policy just yet, but they're kind of thinking of going into that space and kind of looking at, say, British gymnastics and US gymnastics as an example for them. But they're kind of, looking at other federations and comparing and trying to pick up best practices between them, and kind of going from there and trying to establish a good safety kind of net for them.
And specifically whistleblowers. So at the moment, what kind of protection do whistleblowers get? And what better protection do you think whistleblowers could get? And whistleblowers were particularly mentioned on the US graph.
Yes, so to add it to what my colleague Chiara said, we saw in the US gymnastic, they have a very clear whistleblowers policy within their safeguarding policy, and one of the noted mechanism they use is they increase the athlete's involvement with it. For example, they have beside the safeguarding officer, they have like a link between the athletes if they feel any fear that can go to other athletes that presented in the committee of ethic committee, for example, if they don't feel afraid. So they reduce that fairness by engaging athletes together first. I hope I answered your question.
More of an emphasis from the USA Gymnastics Federation on the whistleblower protection system because of how, like, the gravity of the case that had happened there. But British Gymnastics did have originally measures in place, including things like the biggest change, I guess, from before to after was that the safeguarding officer in place at every club needed to make sure that they had no conflicts of interest, no relationships to the coaches, no, in terms of the way in which parents could approach them to be able to, like, speak up, or if the athletes themselves. And then nowadays there's also online hubs that they have access to so that they can report, and they can report anonymously as well. So, thanks.
Next question. Professor Elefanti.
Yeah, thanks.
From Bocconi.
Have you made some specific evaluation about the competencies and the qualification of the member of the safeguarding team? Which are the competencies that are involved in the action of the team that are involved in the process, in your evaluation, in your consideration?
Are you asking in terms of the competencies of each organization?
The member of the team, which are legal,
perfect, okay.
which are the profile of the member of the team that are involved in the responsibility to monitor and control. Are legal psychologists? I don't know. I really probably is a point of discussion, of reflection. I don't know.
A question. In our research, we looked at a lot of things, but this was something we considered looking into the individual people, that the people that were responsible for this important task. But we didn't go into the details of their background, what kind of profile they have, whether there was any mental breakdown, their past history. That is some kind of a limitation that we had for our research. But we do understand that it is important to have this background. But in our external report that we have, is something to take into consideration, that the background checks of individuals that we did. To that extent, that's what we see, we have looked into.
Okay, next question, James Panther.
Hello there. You can hear me. Yeah, my question was whether you looked into other sports. I'm thinking particularly swimming, and to see if they had any areas of sort of best practice in this area that you think could be used in gymnastics. So I'm just whether you found any other sports that were doing things maybe better than that is being done in gymnastics.
Great question, James. We did consider kind of comparing between sports, but we found that kind of looking at 3 gymnastics federations that also were quite similar. I mean, they have some differences in terms of law, for example, 2 being common law and 1 civil law, so there's differences there, but in terms of comparability, staying into one sport really allowed us to compare more effectively. But as you said, there are definitely other sports where this is the case, and kind of our best practices would apply to kind of all sporting organizations, not specific to any sport. But yeah, like you are right. There's definitely cases, even in the Celtics. There's been football cases of abuse, sexual abuse there. But yeah, there's been kind of cases in a lot of range of sports, but I think gymnastics is one of the sports where, as Phil kind of explained, there are these factors where you kind of makes it even kind of more prominent, if you like. But yeah, so we did think of comparing between or looking at other sports, but we kind of focused on gymnastics. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you were first, but whatever. We have time for 2 questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll go first. Thank you, Dino. Congratulations to the team for your paper and for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I have a question which actually follows the previous question. Do you think that the recommendations that you formulated for these 3 gymnastic federations in 3 different countries, comparable countries, but still different, would be extrapolatable, could be extrapolated to other countries for gymnastics? Or do you think they're really specific for these 3 countries? Thank you.
For your question, Madalena. I think that the reason why we do believe that there is the possibility for other countries to sort of be able to learn from this is there is a very, very big difference between where we saw the before and afters of these 3. The UK essentially was decades ahead of where Switzerland was, with a complete inexistence of it. And I think that what it's trying to reflect, or what we are trying to show, is that there is the possibility to find those first steps in terms of what it is, of the essentials that need to be established to be able to create really the existence of safeguarding from a national standpoint, from a sports standpoint. I think that when we look at the before and afters, they are less significant in Switzerland, but it's because they come from a point of truly nothing, really. I think where Switzerland is today and the response that they had to the cases, I think it demonstrates that there are clear first steps that need to exist, and I think that those do not require a significant amount of resources. I think there are steps that need to be taken from all sort of governing bodies in sports that I think can be done, really can be extrapolated to other countries. Yeah.
You can give the floor to the gentleman behind you, Madalena, please.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
You have the microphone.
Yeah, I have the microphone.
I don't see well from here.
No problem. Congratulations for, I've read the paper and is very comprehensive, is important topic. A couple of points. The first one is, in the interviews that you made, did you get a bit the idea that certain people, they want to work in sport because there is this kind of freedom, and if the experts that you interviewed realize that the higher is this kind of the implementation of this mechanism, the less certain people would like to enter in this kind of clubs, federations, and teams. So it's more like from a market, labor market standpoint, because it's obvious that if there is, if I see an alarm on an alert, and I have a kind of negative thoughts, I will not go there. The second question is more about terminology. You said that before methodology, you said that you are not going to analyze the managerial commitment, but you only focus on organizational culture. But at the end, the SMS and the other are at the end managerial mechanism. The planning, prevention, communication channels. It's all about management. So I want to know why you had the intention to write that sentence that is linked to a couple of references. I would like to explore more about the connection about management, organizational culture, and all the mechanisms.
Thank you, Dino, and good to see you. In terms of the first question, I want to sort of refer to something specifically we found in British gymnastics. Between 2008 and 2012 was the second large round of implementations that the safeguarding team in British gymnastics had, and the number of coaches had decreased by about 20 to 30%, sort of indicating a little bit to what you're saying is whether or not you make it more strict, you sound the alarms, whether or not people are going to be more interested in wanting to help. And then the big difference between 2012 and 2020 was where the sport had to go in terms of building a community around, in terms of incentives. So building a community around the teams, the volunteers, the staffs, the coaches, the athletes, and parents. This was done through conferences. This was done through events in which parents got to interact with each other. So you create a sort of, I think, a community in which there's a shared responsibility for the growth of the sport, and then obviously the incentives that are given financially to the clubs if they are corresponding with all the different measures that they, if they are completing said parts. And so yeah, you have to balance this out between both, I think, interpersonal incentives and financial incentives to the actual clubs to be able to grow. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Time is over. Well, give your second answer.
Yeah, I will be very quick for the managerial perspective. For the two approaches that we used as a lens, we found that to implement a safety culture, you have two components, and we focus on how you implement a strong system inside the organization. However, we acknowledge that there is another part, which is the individual level or like for the people that are working, like their background, their competencies. But we focused only on the organization because it's important to have it first at place, and then we merge it with the individual. I hope that answers.
Okay, thank you very much once again. You are done. Congratulations. And I would like to ask Group 2 to come on stage. As soon as you are complete, we can start. Okay, you have the floor.
Hello, directors, professors, students, and families. We are Group 2, and today we are going to unveil the mental health challenges in professional football's ecosystem. Our team is composed by Dominic Chang from South Korea, Ludovica Giorgetti from Italy, Cassandra Hesseling from Canada, and myself, Jair Rangel from Mexico. And to start, please, can you raise your hand if you like football? Whoa, more than expected. Well, then keep your hand up if once you ever dream about playing a World Cup. I mean, who doesn't, right? And keep your hand up if you ever dream about scoring a goal in the World Cup. Some of you, decent. So, will that scenario make you happy? Raise your hand. Nice answer. Well, let me show you a story.
Forcing Lazovic back and finding Richarlison!
Depois da Copa do Mundo parece que desabou tudo, velho. E eu falo, eu dei uma entrevista recente aí, acho que essa psicóloga aí, querendo ou não, me salvou, posso falar, salvou minha vida, porque, sei lá, eu só pensava besteira. No Google mesmo eu só pesquisava besteira, só queria ver besteira de morte e sei lá, velho.
So this is a video of the famous Richarlison, a Brazilian football for Tottenham and his national team. Richarlison had won the goal of the tournament for the Qatar World Cup with an impressive bicycle kick to win the game. Yet there is another side to this glory, and he has been extremely transparent with his mental health struggles and is a strong example of what happens off the pitch. These days, everybody wants to have the best nutritionist. You want the best fitness trainer. You want the best equipment and the best coach on the pitch. You may think that Richarlison is alone. However, as we have dived into player welfare, we began noticing a primary focus on physical well-being with limited attention to the mental health aspects of a footballer. The industry, society, and players are reluctant to discuss the elephant in the room. How are you training your mind to be the best? And how are you feeding your mind? And we're embarrassed and we're vulnerable. And to some extent, the honest truth is some people really don't care. And it's this industry's responsibility to make people care. So the reality of this situation is that elite-level players operate in a high-stakes environment that demands both physical and psychological resilience. You can't sustain one without the other. And 55% of released footballers reported experiencing distress, while 38% of active footballers have suffered depression, as confirmed by a FIFPro study. The conversation on mental health issues and injuries remains largely unexplored, often normalized and overlooked in favor of traditional notions of toughness. And overall, 95% of footballers believe that the mental disorders and struggles have a negative influence to their on-field performance. In other words, 95% of footballers have experienced these struggles at some point in their life and will continuously be affected as a result of their environment. And everyone likes to point fingers in an industry built as a pyramid. The lack of leadership within the mental health realm is embarrassing and almost non-existent. And it is this that urges to question who is responsible for taking action of the footballer's mental health. And with this, really understand the reality of the footballer's ecosystem to comprehend who should be responsible for their mental health. This research aims to learn how mental health impacts the performance of elite football players and to understand who is responsible to take these actions on all levels. Our analysis is divided into 3 main stages. The first stage encompasses a theoretical study based on secondary sources regarding mental health issues in elite sport, which allows us to identify the main causes and effects of disorders, such as anxiety, depression, burnout, eating disorders, and the list goes on. And with this, we're able to demonstrate the connection and relationships between a footballer's stressor and their environment. And following this, our most represented in terms of primary research, we conducted qualitative semi-structured interviews with stakeholders from the football ecosystem. The last step consists of a quantitative benchmark analysis, where we review 35 organizations for policies and programs concerning mental health currently in place within football associations, unions, clubs on a global scale. Based on the information gathered from the interviews and alternative initiatives implemented in other sports, we aim to develop strategic recommendations applicable to this topic, which we will discuss at the end of the presentation. In terms of statistics that demonstrate the increase of resources used by footballers, it is clear that each year players' unions can prove the significance of having these resources available. So thanks to our honest conversations with various players' unions, some significant statistics stood out to us. During the 2022-2023 season, our interviewee, Michael Bennett, who's the director of the player welfare at the English PFA, he confirmed that there had been a 496% increase of players using their 24-hour help hotline, and that is only one of the many services provided by the English PFA. And in the beginning, Bennett had explained his available psychologists in the country increased by 225%, making the English PFA a leading example of how a players' union can take responsibility to oversee the mental health aspects of a footballer. Another significant conversation we had was with Rita Minkowski, head of player development at the Professional Footballs Australia, who stated that there had been an 800% increase in mental health sessions in 3 years. And yet there is still not a designated mental health department at the Australian PFA, despite the increasing statistics. So when we asked our interviewers the question, how do you really measure the success of these services? It's actually quite simple. It's a continuous increase in the number of footballers using the resources available. And when there is such a high demand for something, you need to have a greater range of opportunities that can meet this need. And overall, we've confirmed our answer. Every single interviewee confirmed that there's a shared responsibility within the ecological system of a footballer. There should be no pointing fingers and there should be no justification as to why this responsibility is ignored. As many of our interviewees, especially the players, had stated, it is essential that the footballer takes the initiative first in order to seek the help they need. However, for them to seek the help they need, they have to have the resources in place to engage them. To achieve our answer, we took our questions across the globe to 33 experts and touched every continent. We gained insights, opinions, statistics, and personal experiences from interviewees with 14 players' unions, 8 professional footballers, 2 federations, 2 non-football organizations, 2 sports psychologists, and 2 clubs from 22 different countries. And looking forward, Lee and Luis will execute a role play to continue expanding on the answers we have found during our discussions with stakeholders from the club, players, and players' unions' point of view. And by the end, we hope you have a greater awareness of the challenges from the personal experience of our interviewees, and will be surprised by some of the situations as we were. So let's hear it from their perspective.
I'm Lee, I'm 25 years old, and I'm from South Korea. I'm a professional footballer, and I currently play for my national team, as well as for Inter Milano. Previously, I played also for Amazon FIP, a club team in Cameroon.
Hi everybody, my name is Luis, I'm 31 years old, I am from Honduras, and I'm currently playing for the Honduran national team and for Leicester City. Before playing in Leicester, I used to play in Adelaide United in Australia. So Lee, tell me a little bit more about yourself. How was it playing in Cameroon for you?
You know what? At the beginning, I was very happy about the opportunity because going to Africa meant for me to get closer to my dream of playing professional football in Europe. But as soon as I got there, basically, I had a cultural shock. So I was really struggling with my mental health. I was one of the few foreigners in my club team, and my teammates couldn't really relate with what I was passing through. So I reached out to my club, but they didn't have anything in place, really nothing at all. And I dealt with my struggles on my own, but that as soon as the call from Inter came, basically I decided to accept it. I had no doubt. And right now, I'm very happy with the support that Inter gives me because they have a sports psychologist available for all the players of the club.
Nice.
How was mental health managed in the clubs you played in?
Well, when I was in Australia, there was actually nothing at all in the club. So they told us to rely more in the Professional Footballers Association, the PFA Australia. But honestly, I'm a fervent Catholic, so I think that bad things happen because God wants them to happen in order for you to become stronger. So I don't look for these resources, even though they are there. I don't use them. So when I was in Australia, I didn't use them. But actually, now that you mentioned this, there's a club in Australia called Central Coast Mariners, which is back-to-back champion, and actually they are the only team that has a mental well-being department. So maybe this could be linked to the sporting results because the players are feeling good. And now that I'm in Leicester, I do have a psychologist in the club, but I really don't use those services because of the things that I told you before. I think I need to get honest. There's a service from the PFA in England, now that I'm there, that has a 24-hour hotline. And there was one day that I was feeling very, very bad. I needed to call back to Honduras. It was 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in Honduras. I couldn't do a call because nobody was going to answer me. So even though my beliefs, I decided to call the 24-hour hotline provided by the PFA. And after that, I spent 1 hour crying. And I started calling them every 3 days, every 4 days. And after that, I felt way better. And my performance in the pitch was amazing. So then I decided to contact Michael Bennett, the mental well-being director of the PFA, and he managed to put me in touch with one of his 270 psychologists, especially one in the Midlands that speaks Spanish. And after that, my performance in the pitch has been the best, out of the best.
That's great.
Honestly, it's amazing. So does the PFA in Italy does the same for you, or do you have a system or something?
Yeah, to be honest, I feel quite well supported by the Italian PFA, which is called AIC. Basically, they ask all the members to download a specific app, which is called Il Calciatore, and through the app, you can make available all the services they offer, including a psychological guidance service. So through the app, you can go online, book a session anonymously with a qualified professionist, and basically have your session. The first 2 sessions are for free, and the other ones are paid 50% by the PFA, which is anyway pretty good. So I do feel well supported in this sense. But the situation was completely different in Cameroon. So as I told you, I was struggling with my mental health at that time. And so I reached out to the local PFA, and they had something in place, but basically they were treating mental illnesses and struggles as physical injuries. So I was supposed to go to hospitals to be treated and get medicine somehow. So I really thought about this option, but that was not what I needed at that time. And so I rejected somehow the offer. And so basically I kept those things on my own. And I really also thought about reaching out to the profession made available by the national team in South Korea. But at that time, I wasn't called that much in the national team. I wasn't a regular player in this sense. And those professionists were really strangers to me. I didn't feel confident in reaching out to them and speaking up. I would have felt way more confident in speaking with the athletic trainer, for example.
Yeah, that happens the same to me. When I go to the national team of Honduras, it's very difficult to create these bonds with people because people are always changing. And also me, I'm not getting called that often. So every time that I go, there's different people. So how can you open up with somebody that doesn't know you? How can you speak up about your mental health problems with somebody that knows nothing about you?
This is just an excerpt of all the outcomes we got from the 33 interviews we conducted with all the main stakeholders of the football industry. So Dominique will present now with you, based on those outcomes, our framework and the recommendations we developed.
Thank you both for sharing the stories. Based on these findings, I will now summarize challenging complexities and recommendations. First, the weak initiatives by the governing bodies result in lack of mental health frameworks and available mental health resources. Second, the stigma surrounding mental health and confidentiality issues continue to discourage players from seeking help. Third, financial constraints and limited budget for the mental health project deepen the problem even further. Lastly, complicated cultural differences and unique circumstances of each case make it very challenging to have one-size-fits-all solutions. Therefore, our research has led to crucial recommendations for each of the 6 stakeholders aimed at creating a framework for future actions. From a series of recommendations, here we present you the top recommendations for specific actions for each group. First, we recommend international federations and governing bodies, which are responsible for setting the frameworks for overall football environment, to establish a dedicated mental health advisory group to develop policy who assigns specific action to the affiliated members, setting guidelines for implementing support programs. Second, we recommend the national federation, which have the same responsibility as the international federation in its domestic landscape, to issue mental health policies for its domestic landscape. This must be followed up by evaluation process with specific KPIs. Next, we recommend the national players' unions, which are responsible for advocating for players' welfare, to establish a mental health support system created by experts. This can be done by setting up a dedicated mental health department or collaborating with external experts. Fourth, we recommend football clubs, which hold a legal duty of care as an employer of players, to assign a dedicated mental health officer within the technical staff and conduct regular one-on-one and collective communication sessions at least once a month with players to foster a culture of open communication, providing a safe working environment. For families and friends who are responsible for supporting players off the pitch, we recommend them to participate in mental health workshops to better support the players. Last but not least, we also recommend the players themselves, who are responsible for professionally looking after their own mental conditions, just like their physical condition, to proactively participate in mental health activities offered by clubs, federations, to increase their mental health literacy and limit stigma, normalizing the topic of mental health. Coming to the closing, we ask our question again. Who is responsible for taking action of players' mental health needs? Our research re-emphasized that it is a collective responsibility. However, we underline the urgent need for assigning specific areas of responsibility actions to each stakeholders. Therefore, we must prioritize collectively normalizing the topic of mental health and clearly assigning responsible actions so that the safe environment can be formed where players feel safe to speak out and seek help, which eventually will lead them to thrive on field, thus improving the game of football and its ecosystem overall. Together, we believe we can make a difference, and the responsibility, it starts from me, you, and all of us.
We'll take care of your papers. No problem. Congratulations, Group 2, on your very good presentation, very original. And I have to mention that the supervisor was Professor Ruta from Bocconi. I don't think I did it before. Now, time for questions. Professor Diaconou.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for your paper, which I have read with much attention, and also for your presentation today. It was quite original. I have sort of a provocative question for you, if you would like. You've looked at the footballer job, but the job as a footballer is not on the top 10 list of most, let's say, professions which are most prone to mental health or to depression. According to statistics, for example, being a social worker or being a lawyer or being an accountant is more prone to depression, for example. So my question, which is again a bit provocative, is why did you choose the profession as a footballer to be your focus of all the other sports jobs that you could have focused on? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Madalena. So basically, in the beginning, we do assess the opportunity to consider different sports, and specifically, we were assessing also individual sports. We discovered in our literature research that judge sports are specifically more subjected to mental health for athletes, mental health issues in general. So it was like a tough decision, but in the end, we really decided to be focused on football because we were able to grant a more international perspective, meaning that we wanted to have a geographical coverage with our interviews, with our benchmarking, and football would have made it possible for us. And so this was one of the reasons. Also, we realized that in football there were some cases rising, like for example the case of Richarlison that was shown during the presentation. So somehow there was like some cases to present, and we were able to analyze these kind of situations better than in other sports.
Next question. Dr. Kevin Monson.
Thank you, Denis. Thank you, group. I would like to ask also perhaps another provocative question, which is that you describe some trends, that there is an increase in the use of professional mental health services and support. All of this you described as success, right? My question in that sense is a bit, well, is that success or is it failure, in the sense that what does that tell us about the industry itself if there is more and more of a request and a need and a demand for this kind of service and support? And then linked to that, because you have a lot of really interesting recommendations, I would like to ask you the follow-up link to that, which is respect to how it would be financed, because you have a lot of really interesting ideas. But where would the financing come from all of these supporting mechanisms?
Thank you for your question, Kevin. We would define this as a success because mental health issues is not something new. They have been existing from many years ago. The difference is that now players are actually speaking about it and they're raising their voice. And now speaking about mental health, it's become something that it's normalized. So getting to treat yourself, it's something, it could be a success in that sense, rather than being a failure, because yeah, the cases have been always there.
And about finances, it really is a massive limitation within the mental health departments, and that's why even, for example, such as like the Australian PFA, they're doing a lot of initiatives, but they don't even have the money to sustain a mental health department. What we think it would be best is if you have a top-down approach. So if you have bigger organizations such as FIFA and FIFA Pro being able to put more funding into the clubs, into departments, into various options, it would be extremely helpful, because right now these departments, they're doing it by themselves, and they can partner with maybe like in Germany, the German PFA, they're partnering with the University of Cologne, so they have different institutions and research that they can work with. But on a big, with a bigger view of it, you're not getting enough money to really continue this, and that's where some will fall. So we think that if there's opportunity from the top, bottom, have more funding come from bigger organizations into the smaller areas.
If I can add on to that, in regards to the funding, we also found out that it is possible to get the funding through the membership fees that the players' unions collect from the players. And at the same time, we have seen the cases where the government funding has been a source of funding. For example, the health bureau of the state government will be able to collaborate with federations or governing bodies or clubs in order to fund a part of these programs.
James Panter for next question.
Okay, thank you. Well, my question is, I'm interested to know in your research how the issue of medical confidentiality is sort of navigated in this area. Because it struck me in your presentation that if a player, wishes to access this sort of support, that there's a lot of people that are going to be involved in that process, but you didn't sort of touch on the element of a player's own personal doctor, and how that would fit in. So I'm just interested, how do clubs and players themselves navigate that issue of medical confidentiality?
So with the confidentiality and privacy, it is a massive issue. And some of the reasons why, let's say, players didn't want to go to a psychologist within the club or go go to the mental health directly right away to some type of expert within your team or your national team or something like this. They feel that if you're going to tell one person in the club, they're very close to the coach, and this is going to kind of limit your sporting opportunity in the future if you're talking about your concerns. What some of what the Rugby Association is doing in Ireland is that they kind of partnered with a firm that's outside of the sport industry. So you can it is completely anonymous. All the data, all the statistics, they would never know what player is actually going into seeing psychological help unless they went to the Rugby Ireland specifically. So it's more of the sense like it is a massive issue, but you have to find ways that are going to make the players more comfortable by seeking like an outside source where it's external but not external. So it's external, but the resources are there on the inside, and you can seek them externally.
Okay. We have time for one more question. Professor Pauly.
Thank you. Oh, there's one at the back as well. Can I be quick? Yep, thanks. Thanks very much. A question, as you'd expect from me, about wider cultural setting, and I want to pick up on the word toughness that you used earlier on. I think there's probably... actually, first I want to congratulate you. I think what you've done today is part of normalising this conversation, so well done on that. But on toughness, how far do you think that kind of wider assumptions that professional sports people, men and women, should be tough and should just get on with it? It's part of the job. They're well paid. Get on with this. Don't come crying to us on TV. How far is that part of the problem, do you think?
Thank you for the question. I think the topic of toughness has been one of the major challenges that players have been reluctant to open up this topic of mental health. However, we believe that opening up their current status in mental problems, mental issues that they're facing is also representing their toughness. They're able to embrace their situation problems honestly in order to improve, not to fall down and stop there. I think that is a changing trend that we have been seeing.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we have one more question. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'm a little bit maybe out of topic, but I would like to ask a question. My name is Mike, and my question is about mental health. Due to transgender people, and most of people are playing football, so how do you deal with them? That's what I would like to hear from you guys. Since I'm in a FIFA Master, so I decided to ask that question about trans people, mental health in football. How is it?
In all honesty, our knowledge specifically towards the transgender studies with mental health is limited. But I can say with one of our interviewees that we were speaking with, a lot of their knowledge about mental health actually came from the LGBTQ community. And a lot of different workshops and different ways that things had affected them, whether they were football or transitioning and all this, they felt that they had more knowledge about the mental health aspects through those workshops in their community, through that community, rather than through the LGBTQ community, rather than from maybe elsewhere within that. It's a difficult question because we can't really say more on that just because of the lack of knowledge. But that's what I can say for the interview.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we have no time, sorry. I have to ask group 3 to come on stage. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the scientific committee, classmates, families, and those who are watching us online. I am Beatriz Loduca Sivieri. With me are Francesco Guo and Pablo Gallego Perez. We are happy to present our research today that explores mega sporting events and its relationship with politics, legacy, social development, and hosting nations in a project titled Bridging the Gap, Addressing Social Development Across Mega Sporting Events Life Cycle. Today, I will start by providing you the context on our topic and how we have approached this research. Pablo will follow presenting the gap we have identified and how we aimed to bridge this gap. And Francesco will conclude with the value we try to create and what conclusions we arrived at. The question we set to answer in our research work is, how can we value and improve the social legacy of mega sports events in host communities? The first question you already may be asking is, how did we get here? It all starts at the very beginning of the project itself. Our team was asked to find a relevant topic we all found interesting and important in regards to sports. And at first, our interest wasn't actually about social legacy, it was about sports washing. Our team had several preconceived notions about this term that has frequently headlined many news articles and reports surrounding hosting nations of sporting events. See, Francesco here, he comes from China, and he had questions about his country constantly being criticized for supposedly sports washing when he never understood what it properly meant. I, from Brazil, have seen and read the term in many publications before, but I didn't deeply question how valid it ever was. And Pablo, who's a Colombian and American, wanted to really understand if this term was just a buzzword or if the accusations had any theoretical value to it. And so we began by first understanding what sports washing was, if how it's been used was correct, and if there was any theoretical foundation to support this term and its criticism. For this process, we took on a theoretical exploration of the term by reading into research about the topic, as well as engaging in conversations with key stakeholders and exploring the current and historic relationship between nation states, sports, and politics. After much work and evaluation, we actually came across some key findings that shaped the later stages of this project. Second stage being our practical output, and third stage being our findings. In essence, what we understood in this exploration initially was, first, the term sports washing as used in media narratives does not align with a deeper theoretical understanding. In our paper, we presented a definition that we believe to be better grounded in theory rather than narrative. Second, the phenomenon is not new to political regimes or sports. It has always appeared in various forms throughout history. Third, the current use of sports washing is distracting from other more critical issues surrounding sporting events. And fourth, it is of interest mostly to Anglo-European nations. Lastly, and most importantly, we initially viewed sports washing as this gap that lacked understanding, but after our research, we saw that it was hiding a larger, more profound problem in regards to nations hosting sporting events, and that made it clear that this was not a project about sports washing. It was this key theoretical finding that really changed the course of our study. Our most important finding was that sports washing claims do get one thing fundamentally right. It raises attention to a critical gap of investment and reporting in social development, in sporting events, as well as failures in the relationship between sports and human rights, and how sporting institutions lack the tools to demonstrate the impact they have on society through the hosting of mega sporting events. As you can see on the graph, out of the FIFA expenditure on the 2022 World Cup, for example, 0.4% was spent on their sustainability pillar, that is an umbrella for human impact, social impact, environmental impact, and governance. This is where truly our project came to life. From here is where we decided to try to contribute in solving this critical issue of better addressing social development in sporting events for hosting communities. I'll hand it now to Pablo as he will speak about the practical approach we took to address this issue.
Thanks, Bia. Now, after a theoretical analysis of sports washing and understanding that there is a larger problem at stake in the relationship between sports, event hosting, and social development, we began to ask if there were tools that help organizations like the IOC and FIFA on addressing this challenge. And to our surprise, we found that there aren't any that are currently applied for these specific issues. We do acknowledge that the IOC and FIFA have made it a priority to make sure human rights are upheld in their events, as well as improve the social impact of said events. But when having interviews, as well as doing research on their publications, we found no relevant tools or source that indicates these are in place. So we asked ourselves, what tools are out there that could help us address these issues? We came across several tools that look to evaluate social phenomena as well as provide them with metric values to measure them as a way to create a sense of tangibility to observers could reference when needed at any point. In this, we took a look at several tools as shown above. While each provides certain frameworks and features that helped us, there was one tool that, after all of these, truly hit the spot that we needed for inspiration. Social return on investment, or SROI for short, is defined essentially as a cost-benefit analysis, but it emphasizes understanding the social value and impact generated by organizations, even if those outcomes aren't normally catered to dealing with social issues. We viewed SROI as being able to supply the following necessities that would help bridge our gap. It can be used to forecast outcomes or look retroactively to evaluate previous events. It assigns economic values to the intangible effects of work outcomes and its byproducts. And lastly, it allows us to generate easy-to-read values in monetary terms that help observers better visualize the final impact of investment in social projects. Yet we realized one thing. Whilst SROI is the model that best helps as a tool, the traditional SROI model doesn't factor in a specific importance of human rights that our issue desperately needs. Instead of applying a common SROI model, we decided to modify it to our interests. And so began the second stage of our project as we conceptualized an evaluation tool for social legacy in sporting events. And here is a result of that. Now, we won't go into specific details at this time about our model. Effectively, that is what our written project is for. Furthermore, we understand that some might not be familiar with how SROI models typically work. For this, we are open to questions after our presentation to fulfill these needs. For now, we will explain what we came up with in our conceptualization efforts. First, our model is broken down into 3 stages as seen on the screen above. Stage 1 is where we calculate criteria SROI. This is where we establish several criteria points that mega events have to consider how they'll impact. In our tool, criteria are the key areas that are implicated in social development during sporting events. To better showcase this, I'll use the following example. Let's say the next World Cup will be hosted here in Switzerland. As a project for education criteria, the organizer will provide the next edition of the FIFA Master program fully paid scholarships to the program. After calculating the inputs and outputs per the SROI model for this criteria, I get a ratio of 3:1. This means that for every $1 I put into the scholarship program, I have $3 of social value for the criteria of education generated from my event. The next stage is overall SROI. This is where I get different individual criteria SROI and give them different weight. For example, of the World Cup in Switzerland, education criteria might be more important to the event organizers than criteria like social cohesion or safety. For this calculation, I get the initial ratio of 3:1 and multiply it by its weight of its criteria, which for our case was 15%. And then add that value to the other calculations of the other criteria and its weights. The total sum will provide a ratio that expresses the global social value of the event, or overall SROI. In our hypothetical World Cup, Switzerland's event now has an overall SROI of 1.98:1. This brings us to our final stage. This is where our project offers a unique turn and marks the biggest difference in our approach to the tool not commonly seen in other SROI models. In this final stage, we take the value we have of overall SROI and multiply it against a human rights metric. The metric is very simple. Of the 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 27 of them indicate straightforward conditions for each human right. What we have done is we have given each article its own weight. A country can at most get the maximum amount of points that weight offers. In our hypothetical case, Switzerland got 0.07 points for Article 1. We must now add the weights for all other articles, which at most can equal 1. If this human rights metric value equals 1, then that means the nation in question has upheld the values of human rights to the point that their overall SROI properly represents its effects on every human being within the hosting nation. But any value less than 1 will bring down the overall SROI. This is what we call the final SROI. In our case, Switzerland presented a human rights metric of 0.94, thus bringing down the final SROI to 1.86:1. This is our SROI model. It's thanks to this final SROI that we can, in theory, take into the social impact of hosting events, but also weigh it against the value of human rights. And now I leave you with Francesco, who will present the value and conclusion of our work.
Okay. Thank you, Pablo. After conceptualizing the tool, we began to discuss the potential benefits for it in its implementation by sporting institutions and host nations, and what this could mean for the future of mega sporting events in regards to properly developing social legacy. Firstly, it allows the possibility of a collaborative strategy to guarantee well-implemented investment in sport event hosting to achieve the desired social developments that starts from the host nation winning the bid to moments far beyond reflected in the legacy of this event. From our graph above, we can see how in establishing SROI goals, we can look to aim for specific outcomes that through time we can evaluate it and identify in having been achieved or missed or by what margins. It also encourages a structure of open communication and regular reporting as to better achieve goals around transparency and accountability, improving good governance models within sporting organizations. Additionally, it allows for the implementation not only from rights holders, but also third parties invested in defending human rights, allowing for observers to also evaluate and uphold our sports world to the appropriate standards. They presented the SROI framework aims to achieve two main values for the future of social legacy in sport. First, it enables events right holders to adopt a methodology that allows themselves and external observers to understand the broader societal values generated by mega sporting events extending well beyond their known commercial successes. The second key value is the establishment of measured value for human rights in the context of mega sporting events. The proposed indicator serves to evaluate a host country's human rights status at any point of a bidding process, monitor these issues throughout the event, and assess whether and how human rights have improved as a result of hosting the event. Alongside our key demonstrated values, we also stress the important long-term effects our work can have for the future of hosting sporting events that might also contribute to enhancing global access, collaboration, and evidence-based decision-making while preserving the prestige of international sports events as seen on the screen above. Finally, we want to emphasize the relevance we see in our work. We started from the theoretical breaking down of a controversial topic that led to the identification of a deeper-rooted issue that surrounds sporting events. We then looked for existing solutions to apply to this problem, and saw that we had the opportunity to contribute with our approach to this critical issue. We have shown the potential benefits of our work and acknowledge that there is still much more to be developed and discussed. But we hope our first step here contributes to the future achievements in the field of research. Finally, our most important conclusion, the one that speaks to the heart of our three team members, is the belief that mega sporting events can still indeed serve as the catalysts for social welfare improvements. And we believe to have added our stone on the road to help achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 3. By the way, I was your supervisor. Thank you and congratulations on this very good presentation. Now we have 15 minutes for questions. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, group, for the presentation. Just a very short question from my side. I'm Fabio, by the way. Have you had the chance to check your research results with any of the sporting organizations that you have spoken or?
Sorry, like in terms of like,
For example,
in what sense the question?
Just Troy, for example, did you discuss it with any organization? Were they open to receive that feedback, to discuss this with you?
Thank you for your question. Yes, during the process of our research, we had conversations with key stakeholders in the industry, also from some of the companies that we mentioned in our presentation to validate what we were thinking and the gap that we had identified. So there was involvement in conversations with them.
To add to that, the specific results of those conversations were insisting that they recognize the same failures, but they themselves don't have the tool itself to how to properly assess it. And that's, in the words of one of our people we had a conversation with, they said, we'll be interested in seeing what you guys come up with because we really haven't figured it out at this point, this moment.
Professor Ruta.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the topic. It is very relevant and current. I have a reflection and a question. The first one is, in the presentation, at least I didn't read the paper, the presentation, it seems like the sport organizer should assess, evaluate the human rights, the level of human rights, management of human rights in each country. And I ask myself if this is right or wrong, because at a certain point, who is the right actor that is in charge of doing this? Because we enter in a world where diversity, inclusion, respect of differences, they are all keywords, especially in the macro concept of sustainability. So the implementation of this is that at the end of the day, there will be always a kind of we are different. And in the we are different, obviously there is a piece of answer, even though there are certain human rights in very strict sense that they must be considered. But as Italian, as European, I'm not sure if there is one country in the world that really respects all the human rights, okay? So just to say, even Italy per se. I don't want to name others, but even those that could seem more advanced, maybe they are not, if you read carefully. The final piece is that based on my understanding, IOC and others are going this direction under the umbrella of social impact. So maybe, I'm not sure if there is that nothing is there. Obviously, they play the role of a sport organizer, so they don't play the role of catalyst of change because they have to suggest, create the condition, encourage, empower, but they cannot impose. So I hope my reflection and my question, the question is, are you aware about the OECD framework that many international federations and IOC are embracing that goes exactly in this direction together with sustainability, with the idea to leave a better legacy? Thank you.
So first of all, thank you, Professor Dino, for the introduction and to the reflection itself. And part of the reflection is part of the reflection we had in our actual text itself. So the first one, in terms of how much sports has kind of that responsibility, part of our research reflected, we did review academics and texts that reflected on the responsibility of private organizations in relation to human rights. And unfortunately, in the article itself, one of the key examples was the Qatar 2022 World Cup, in terms of the direct failures that there was on behalf of FIFA in terms of how to properly address issues that were very tangible and evident. And there is a key claim of there is an importance for all organizations and representatives that impact human life to consider these fundamental elements of human rights, right? So how much of it, I think that could be part of a theoretical question of who takes much more responsibility, but it's inevitable that there is responsibility. Yeah, no, you can go.
Just to add to that, we also discussed in our paper about a shared responsibility that we see from the rights holders to the event organizers and the host nation. So we don't have a clear view on who lies that responsibility per se, but we encourage through this framework, the use of this tool in a collaborative way between all stakeholders involved, in a way that there's no more burden placed on a specific stakeholder within the hosting of an event.
And to your particular question, the OECD report we didn't particularly reference or look into. There's one report that we didn't mention here that reflects also that interest, and it's Amnesty International's most recent publication on the evaluation of human rights for the 2030 and 2034 bids, and which shows the increased importance that other organizations outside of the sports world but are heavily involved in the sports world from this angle are concerned that hosting nations, as you say, even Western democracies, potentially are not demonstrating upholding the utmost amount of values that our metric hopes to also demonstrate, is the fact that not all countries hit that 100%. And I think that's also a reflection within the metric itself. It's to demonstrate those values themselves and kind of help point the fact that there are countries that do need to improve, and they can, and there's some that maybe appear to be in similar conditions, but they can also improve as well.
I leave just one sentence. Double check the countries that adopt the death penalty and see if it enters in the human rights. Just to give you an idea that is very subjective and in a certain way to put boundaries and perspectives always make the difference. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Dr. Dichter, next question.
Yep. Thank you. So I really appreciate that you as a group walked us through your initial project idea and kind of how it evolved over time. So I kind of wanted to then loop back to that original idea of sport washing, and was wondering if you could talk about how this framework will factor into those discussions about sport washing.
Thank you for the question. Because our research question in the beginning was something about sports washing, but we found out that it's more about a media term, but we wanted to give a value to this because we think it can give the awareness of people, the audience or the stakeholders to take care of all the human rights issues in sports events. So it means that we can use this framework to assess the human rights progress in this hosting country right from the bidding and to the post-event, and to say if the metrics, the results of our SRI is changing. So basically, if we can say if the raw SRI is changing, but is improving, but with the human rights metrics is not improving in the same sequence or is even getting down. So basically, it proves that the human rights issue is not improved. So you can assess like the human rights issue brought by the awareness brought by the term sports washing, and to assess, to give a value to this. I don't know if I answered the question. Thank you.
Just to add to that, thank you for the question. I guess going back to the sports washing narrative, I guess we saw that there is a reputational risk to sporting organizations that are involved within this narrative, and that could be one of their interests is in actually addressing social development in a way to try to tackle this issue, because we also see that together with the reputational risk, there's also the safeguarding of their commercial assets, one of them being their sporting mega events. So I think that's how we try to connect the social value, the S-ROI of the events with the sports washing conversation and narrative around the media.
And just to bounce that last idea, one of the key examples that we had, not only that we were aware of, but also within the actual text and literature that we reviewed, for several academics who were reviewing the discussion around sports washing and this concept, was in reference to the Qatar World Cup, and specifically where there were narratives of, obviously there were tangible evidence of failures in complying with certain levels of human rights, but throughout the progression from 2010, of the moment they won the bid to the end of the Cup, there was significant changes in certain internal laws that did improve the actual conditions. Unfortunately, though, as Bia mentioned, the initial damage of reputation both to Qatar and also to FIFA caused these issues to kind of be overwashed, unviewed, and unkind of responsive, to the point where if there's aspirations for Qatar to host another event in the future, these claims could easily come up again, even though there is tangible evidence that there was improvement. The tool itself tries to address that and to demonstrate that even if a nation has a political agenda to use sporting washing claims against another one, because sport washing within the whole reflection of soft power and all these relationships is important as a narrative, if there's a way to demonstrate it and to demonstrate that yes, there could potentially be some sort of leakage or some sort of political interest, but there's tangible evidence of actual improvement, then it does help this idea that these sports events aren't just being used as white elephants for political gains, but actual social change for the nations that are interested in hosting the events, which we think is fundamentally important, especially for how difficult hosting future events is becoming, even for Western democracies. Thank you.
We just have time for one short question and short answer. If there is a question. I don't see well from here. It's not the case. Everybody wait for the coffee or water break, so you have deserved it. I would like to ask you to be seated here again at 5 to 3. 5 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Ask Group 4 to be on stage, please. Okay, you can start whenever you are ready. Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I hope you enjoyed the coffee and the break. Thank you. Exactly. Imagine you can't scream goal because the play just stopped, just like that. No matter how thrilling, how packed the stadium was, what a tremendous goal it was going to be, the game just stopped, disappeared. Well, deep down, that is the overarching fear when playing and working in women's football, and the ultimate reason why are we here today. Together, you and us will build a house where women's football can possibly live for a very long time. Nuestra casa es su casa. Construction begins with a title, Building and Selling a Unique Game. How is elite women's football developing in Australia, Brazil, Japan, and Mexico? We are Takuma Tobinaga, Chris Curulli, Lucas Oayen, and Paola Lopez. First of all, why a house? Well, the fear of women's football disappearing suddenly is explained by a 20-year gap between a massive World Cup final in 1971 in Mexico, in the Azteca Stadium, in front of 100,000 spectators, and the first FIFA Women's World Cup officially in 1991. Women's elite football, despite being real and existing competition in the 70s and the 60s, just didn't set a foundation and had a shaky roof, so it ended up just being like a garden. Perfect for barbecues and some games, but just that. Women's football, well, women's elite football, which we define as national teams competition and domestic leagues, didn't develop as a solid house. Second of all, why these countries? Well, women's elite football is developing and going beyond the already heavily researched countries such as those in Western Europe and particularly the US. These four are great examples of development. They have all been involved in World Cup bidding processes, with Australia hosting the largest and most recent World Cup in 2023, and Brazil winning the bid for 2027. Japan and Mexico, they bid respectively in their years, but they didn't win it and they withdrew it, but they're hoping to bid one again for 2031. Furthermore, their gardens look beautiful. First of all, the Japanese national team, they actually won the World Cup in 2011. Then 14 straight sold-out games for the Matildas in this running up to the Olympics. The viewership in Brazil is so high that they've triggered their domestic leagues games to be broadcast free on air TV this year. And Mexico's finals attendances actually figure in the top 10 attendances for club women's football today. So their gardens are even better than some leading nations. Third, the uniqueness notion. The more we researched, the more it came up because while these countries are indeed developing, their patterns can be very different. So while in a sense, football shouldn't be unique because gender shouldn't determine differences on the pitch, and we strongly believe it doesn't, women's elite football is seen on a country-country basis developing in different ways. Maybe this happens because if we reckon challenges women face are intersectional and they change as country to country, as shown by Group 2, in terms of age, culture, race, and so on, then women's parity, gender on gender, can be evolving also very differently in every country. And challenges remain. These challenges will be run to you by Lucas.
Yes, the challenge remains. Despite the exponential growth of women's football in recent years, people still don't know what's the best formula to build and sell the women's game. Unlike men's football, which has had over a century to develop its commercial and competitive structures, women's football is still navigating in its unique path. The benchmark and strategies that have been proven successful for men's football do not necessarily translate to the women's game. Additionally, how can women's football grow with so many challenges? Issues such as unequal pay, lack of media coverage, and insufficient infrastructure are common. These factors delay the growth and professionalization of women's football. Without addressing these challenges, the sport cannot achieve its full potential. Furthermore, if organizations only replicate what the men's football model is, there is a risk of losing its aspects that make it so special. The cultural, social, economic context differs significantly, and one-size-fits-all approach will not work. Given this context, how should elite women's football be developed in Australia, Brazil, Japan, and Mexico? How can a sustainable model be created to meet the specific needs and challenges of women's game? To address these questions, the approach used started with initial research to understand the topic and determine the project scope. The initial pillars and KPIs, the key performance indicators, were defined to analyze the 4 countries. A detailed analysis was conducted for each KPI, supported by data from both primary and secondary sources. This was followed by a comparative dashboard to assess the findings among these 4 countries based on benchmarks from FIFA, FIFPro, UEFA, and many others. The final phase involved drawing conclusions and making recommendations to support the growth of women's football globally. Ultimately, the goal is to provide actionable insights that can help stakeholders to build and sell women's football as a unique game. This involves understanding the different contexts of each country, leveraging the unique strengths of women's football, and addressing the existing challenge to create a sustainable sport. When considering the pillars, think about building a house where governance is the foundation, the competitions are the structure, and commercialization is the roof when the house is finally ready. This study explored this challenge by analyzing the development of the elite women's football in these 4 countries, which is an advantage for us, given the fact they are our 4 home nations. By examining 12 KPIs split in 3 pillars, it was possible to identify strategies and common patterns that can boost the global development of the sport. Chris will now lead this journey.
So now to take you into the foundations of this house that we are building. We'll do so by sharing our comparison dashboard and main takeaways from each pillar. So to kick off with governance, we found Japan set the tone with high standards in its safeguarding of the national team and a strong independent league model. Whereas Brazil, despite being the only country with a government policy that is purely dedicated to women's football, still has the most room for growth in this area. And across the board, we concluded that, first of all, unbundling is a key issue. While some leagues are beginning to unbundle from their federation, this does not necessarily guarantee success, particularly in cases such as Australia and Mexico, where the league is still bundled with the men's equivalent, lacking designated employees and ultimately relying on the success of both competitions. Secondly, to progress, women's football needs a specialised workforce. The incorporation of more women and trained professionals will only help it transition from being a socially responsible investment to a strategic business. Thirdly, for women's football to be competitive and entertaining, sufficient wages and safeguarding for its athletes must be in place. Australia's CBA set a useful format while Japan's Nadeshiko Care program is something that FIFA benchmarking highlights as a world-leading case study. And overall, it is clear that women's football is deeply interconnected with wider societal forces. By utilising a global gender index score, we found that countries like Brazil, with a lower score, are the ones that tend to have a more direct government support for women's football, while others, like Australia, despite having a higher score, do not have so. I'll now pass you on to Toby to continue the construction of our house.
In our comparative analysis of competitions, Japan and Mexico are the strongest with Japan's safeguarding environment and Mexico's well-developed competition structure with the most game. On the other hand, Australia has the most room for growth because of lack of cup competition. In terms of internationalization, Japan is the lowest in their national league. Mexico is still developing, still challenging for the national team's success. Each country has each national team and league. There is one thing in common. All 4 countries participate in bidding for the FIFA Women's World Cup. Aiming for this, Japan and Mexico create professional league. Australia accelerated their stadium facilities. Brazil must follow. The boosting key is raising a flag. By raising a flag, government, media, and commercialization start to take action. Raising a flag creates aspirations, gathers aspirations. These aspirations make competition stronger. Raising a flag leads to great growth for women's football. Next, commercialization. This indicator shows a majority of mediums based on our benchmark research. We had a lot of investigations, but it is not easy to be legally confidential. Furthermore, except for Japan, the other 3 countries are bundled with men's football, which is more complicated. Australia has high social media figures because of the Women's World Cup last year. Japan is behind due to less internationalization. However, we league acquired 11 independent sponsors successfully before they are launching. Commercialization is hard to understand. Women's football is still at early stage, making it more difficult. But the growth key is very simple. Think independent, not bundle. Think independent generates genuine responsibility. Genuine responsibility creates original idea and uniqueness. Unique idea creates genuine commercialization. If we're a representative league, you do choose terrestrial TV or paid streaming services. If you select a streaming service, you can get a lot of money, but you may not expand your exposure. If so, you may lose a lot of money from sponsorships. The important key is grasping the whole cash flow from 4 angles. Which priority do you push first? How to generate money and how to invest in the future? Thinking independently creates money circulation. Don't think as a sponsor. Let's think as a partner. Women's football is still developing. so we can grow together. Thinking independently with genuine responsibility is the most important key to building and selling our house. Say again, the starting point is think independent. Now, Chris will lead you on final journey.
So from pillar by pillar to country by country, our research wraps up by sharing how we could help each specific market. We don't have time to run you through all of our recommendations, but here are some of the most pressing that emerged, which interestingly come mostly across the governance and competition pillars. Considering the immense commercial success of their national team, Australia's club ecosystem lags in many ways, with no cup competition, and while unbundled from federation support, is still heavily dependent on the success of the A-League men's competition. On the flip side, Mexico needs to grow the foundations and independence of its already well-developed league in order to eventually lift the standards of its national team. Brazil needs to continue progressing in the governance realm to ensure wage conditions are fair and contracts are professional for all at the elite level. And in a similar way, government support is essential to the advancement of Japan's highly promising WE League model, whether this be through support for Women's World Cup bids or wider initiatives. So, to sum up, there are many ways that you can build a house. But just like any sustainable structure, this must be done from the ground up, with appropriate foundations and structures in place in order to maximise its value. Our project has made clear that growth of the women's game is no longer a matter of when, but rather how. While precisely what makes it unique may vary from country to country, we have highlighted the unique challenges that administrators of the game must overcome to make it sustainable in the long run. The houses have been built. It's now time to work out how to reinforce them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 4. And now we have time for questions. Professor Probst, supervisor of this group was Professor Probst and Dr. Kevin Marston.
Voilà. Thank you very much. Congratulations, first of all, for your house analogy, which comes easily across and allows you to explain and get all your messages across. I would like to start at the very end, the recommendations. As you just have set out, you have recommendations based on the case studies, of course, and in a sense, the recommendations are focusing on the specific situations in these countries. Now, I would be interested to know to what extent you would consider, because building a house can be very similar or according to the same concepts in different countries, to what extent you could expand your recommendations focused on these 4 countries to other countries by analogy, given the fact that you have countries from 3 different continents and they are socially, culturally, at least to a certain extent, very different. So how possible is it to generalize the recommendations that you have made? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Thomas, and thank you for your support the whole way through this process. I think it is a very good question because the recommendations allowed us to become specific However, they really did emerge from our detailed KPI analysis, and I think it can easily be paralleled when reading the paper to see where and particularly in our presentation today, the areas where countries displayed as low in our dashboard was an area that allowed them to, allowed us to then produce these recommendations. So theoretically, that same KPI analysis, and while we did apply it to countries who are based, as you mentioned, across 3 continents, this can be complemented by a lot of the research we referenced throughout our benchmarking process. And as we did mention, we picked these countries because the European countries, while they may be more developed, they have far more existing research that exists. So we found that through this analysis, and I think Lucas can help elaborate upon that, that it's something that really can be applied to any country all over the world.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Thomas. When we started our research, we selected many more pillars and KPIs. We had more than 4 pillars, more than 35 KPIs. And as we started and we move on with our research, we start finding that common themes among the KPIs themselves and among these 4 countries. And also we started identifying that those KPIs can be applicable. If you think about the house, that's the analogy that can be applicable for any country. Governance, foundation, and then competition is structure, and selling the house is the roof. So that's actually a methodology that can be easily applicable. If you think about governance, there are multiple recommendations similar in Australia, Brazil, Japan, and Mexico, which more support for leadership, women in leadership position. So yeah, it's possible, and I think that's the start for a global recommendation.
James Panther, next question.
It's working. Oh, there we go. Sorry. My question, I just wanted to focus in on one of the areas that you were using in your methodology. So, and commercialization, and particularly social media presence. So I was just interested to know whether in your research you found that there was a sort of consistent strategy across clubs or even at player level, so groups of players had a particular strategy, or is it very fragmented and basically it was just left up to individuals both at club and player level to do their own thing?
Thanks, James, for the question. It's a great one, and on a personal level, having worked in social media, it was very, very interesting to be able to research this as part of the project. And as you mentioned, we did conduct an extensive analysis, and what it did discover is the approach is so different all over the world. I think a key issue that emerged was the concept of independent channels, and it was great as well, even part of the FIFA Master program, speaking to marketing communications teams at clubs, and every single club had a different approach to whether they thought it would be better to combine all of their channels to maximize exposure. But what we found particularly, which was very interesting in our analysis, is that engagement on independent channels was higher. And that was something we found consistent throughout. Even though the overall following may have been low, by introducing the engagement metric as well as the following metrics, we found that engagement really does prove that there could be legs to having these channels independent. But in terms of it being all over the world, it's something that there is no best practice and there are no commonalities in that sense. And I think Toby can elaborate in terms of the importance that he found in a country like Japan, where their social media is one of the biggest areas of focus at the moment. At least that's what our research shows.
Yeah, in terms of Japan's perspective, is the V-League is not less internationalization. So compared with 3 countries, is a little bit less social media presence. This is like heavily connected to the internationalization. So we found like these kind of findings.
Just on that, in the sense that, of course, that the strategizing in that regard is fundamental for women's football, because if we take a look on how women's football actually generate revenue and the actual landscape in terms of broadcasting, it's not the same as the men's, and actually social media presence is the one that actually players have found to be their actual better way to raise some money for them. So yes, like the strategy in that regard is fundamental in terms of federations and clubs, but what we have found as well, that is this niche in which the players themselves actually, they can make some more money in there. So it's funny because it's a strategy that has to come, yes, from the organizations, but in a strong collaboration with players, because those are the ones who are kind of leading, because the environment is different for them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have time for one more question, if there is any. Kevin?
Thank you, group. It's working, yes. So I would like to pick up on one point that is a theme through the presentation at various points. You talk about independence, and it links to the question of unbundling and the distinction between men's football, women's football. And this brings me to your research question, which changed as you presented at the end. It became a normative question. It wasn't just how is women's football developing and how do we build and sell, etc. It was also, should it be done in a unique way? Okay. So what I'd like you to expand upon is the question of independence. What does that mean? Because the entire development of women's football is very much a debate between independence and integration. Right? We've seen that across. So if you could build and explain a little bit more what you mean by uniqueness and independence. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the question, Kevin. And actually, the notion of independence is what can explain, for example, what made women's football stop in the 70s and now. Independence as a way is hard, because independence is from the governance perspective. And then if it comes from the governance perspective, then maybe the different channels in terms of competition and commercialization can be different. Independence in that regard is a hard recommendation, and it's a conclusion in which we come, because despite we are seeing two trends that are kind of conflicting, we can see, as Toby mentioned, that independent clubs, in regard that they're independent from the men's structures and there are more just women's teams, they are actually better at attracting a sponsorship and actually generating operating revenues as well. But then when you look to the licensing requirements, for example, in UEFA, that despite we didn't go into detail into those countries, but we definitely saw that in terms of getting to bigger conclusions, since the requirements began, the number of independent teams in terms of being led and owned by women have descended. So it's a tricky question, because then, of course, that for women to actually lead a product by women, it's better, because of course that you need more people thinking in that way in order to make it grow, and they have shown that they're actually better in terms of attracting revenues. However, women's teams, usually led by women in terms of capital, don't have that established the strength as the already men's established brands. So what happens? They can't meet the requirements, and women's teams, they can't afford to have a bad year financially because they just go, right? Whereas women's teams that are actually linked to the men's teams, they are stronger in that regard, and even the financial fair play regulations as well kind of encourages for that to happen. So it's tricky, because you want to recommend independence, because that for the women's clubs, it's generating more, but it's a few. Whereas if they're not independent, they start from higher, and it happens even in social engagement and the accounts. You start from a higher threshold, but then building after that, it's hard, because they're not that independent and they don't think in different ways to then make revenue for women.
Okay, thank you very much, Group 4. Congratulations on your excellent presentation. And now I call Group 5 on stage. Okay, group 5, whenever you are ready, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today, both on-site and online. So for our project presentation, Snow and Heat, Assessing Vulnerability and Adaptive Actions in Outdoor Winter Sports. In our group, we have Teresa from Kenya, Lucy from France, Irving from Mexico and the USA, and me, Anthony, from China. Now you might be wondering, what does vulnerability mean under this context? Let me briefly introduce how our idea evolved. When talking about climate change, winter sports, and environment, sustainability is always the first thing comes to mind. It is a critical issue not only in winter sports, but across all areas in the life globally. And also, this is where our idea evolved. However, after going through initial research and analysis into the climate change effect and also sports organization measures on sustainability, we found that something is missing in the process. While sustainability is essential for the long-term development, the extreme vulnerability of winter sports and the current climate trends threaten their viability. Thus, we must ask, what are the sustainability measures for if the sports can barely survive? Consequently, we shift our focus from events, let's say the future host of Winter Olympics, which is already under extensive discussion of the IOC. We believe that the survival of the sports is crucial for the future of the events. To advance our research, the following methodologies are adopted. We analyzed bidding documents, host contracts, regulations and policies of sports organizations, academic literature, climate data, and also case studies of 3 editions of Winter Olympic Games as our secondary resources. Then for the primary resources, we conducted interviews with industry professionals and also survey with athletes. As you can see, there are altogether 11 interviews with executives and managers from 8 different sports organizations as shown. Then for the athlete survey, we distributed questionnaires in English, French, Chinese, and Spanish to all international federations of outdoor Olympic winter sports, some national federations, and some individual athletes. And in the end, we have 48 responses, and as you can see, they are all competing at Olympics and World Championships level. And then for the international debut year, the origin and also disciplines are as shown in the graphs. It's worth to be mentioned that the athletes are representing biathlon, skiing, and snowboarding, as we didn't receive response from luge, bobsledge, and skeleton. And then later, we will detailedly introduce the findings in the interview and also the surveys. Now, here comes to the core part of our presentation. We followed a chronological order from the past, present, to the future. And now, Irving will introduce the past section.
Thank you, Anthony, and good afternoon, everyone. When assessing climate change, it is vital to consider some key figures. Data from meteorological institutions have calculated that the average surface temperature has increased by 1.1 degrees Celsius since 1900, with over half of that increase occurring since the mid-1970s. These abrupt changes in climate change have cascading effects on environmental systems worldwide. While the news on climate change has become more prevalent in recent years, stories have focused on the impact of communities and natural habitats. Alpine towns, for example, are critical elements of the winter sports industry and are facing significant impacts. In regions where winter sports are practiced, these effects are manifested in reduced snowfall, shorter winter seasons, and unreliable ice conditions, potentially jeopardizing the viability of winter sporting competitions and recreational activities. Outdoor winter sports cannot function without snow. Records show, as the chart behind me shows, that snow cover in the Northern Hemisphere, which is where most international competitions are held, has surpassed the average only 5 times over the last 25 years. Merging this with the faster warming of mountain ecosystems, rising temperatures, and the upward shift of the snowline, which is the elevation at which precipitation falls as snow instead of rain, even actions such as artificial snowmaking practices are facing significant threats. In response to these environmental challenges, the IOC has continually evolved since adding environment as its third Olympic pillar in 1994. An analysis of bidding documents in previous Olympic Games show that while the bidding procedures have remained largely consistent, the criteria has significantly changed, particularly with regard to environmental sustainability. The bidding process involved 2 phases, the application phase and the candidature phase. In the application phase, cities expressed their interest in hosting the Games with the approval of the respective NOCs and subsequently submitted an IOC questionnaire detailing their plans. This IOC questionnaire asks for specific chapters, and one of those involving environment, which will be touched upon with the case studies. The IOC board selects the cities moving on to the candidature phase. In this phase, the cities submit a more detailed file assessing the impact of different parts of their bid, and an evaluation commission examines the submissions, visits the cities, and produces an evaluation report. Once that final list of candidates presents their plans to the IOC members, it is then when the host city was selected. So to better understand environmentalism within the Olympic movement, we examined 3 previous Winter Olympic Games from 2002 to 2022. A look into Salt Lake, Vancouver, and Beijing allowed us to analyze changes made each decade or so, starting with the 2002 Winter Olympics. The addition of the Games required answers from candidate cities on environmental protections, a first. Salt Lake's candidature file included partnerships with environmental agencies, implementing sustainability measures, and creating educational programs. While the Games did not encounter any weather disruptions, there was contingency plans on removing excess snow for its event. The Salt Lake Olympic Committee successfully implemented initiatives such as the Olympic Cleaner and Greener program, which studied the air quality of the region, a requirement of future editions. Numerous education programs were enacted, and 18 million trees were planted worldwide through advocacy programs. The Games achieved most of its objectives and were deemed a success by providing valuable insight for future editions. Moving on to the bidding cities for the 2010 Winter Olympics. These required additional information. These included assessments of current environmental conditions, the impact of staging the Games, and details of ongoing projects and/or organization. As cities progressed, the IOC required them to provide environmental management systems detailing collaborations with stakeholders, action plans, and efforts to develop education and awareness programs. A partnership between the United Nations Environmental Program and the Vancouver Organizing Committee assisted in this regard, also a first. No forecast could have predicted the unusually warm temperatures and lack of natural snowfall that the Games in Vancouver encountered. But contingency measures put in place beforehand were successfully employed, allowing competitions to remain on schedule and meet standards. These issues did raise the question of player safety, competition fairness, while underscoring the economic impacts in unpredictable climates. Due to its adaptive management strategies and reliance on artificial snow, Vancouver foreshadowed what many events have commonly had to face over the ensuing years. The Beijing 22 Winter Olympics provide the most recent case study, illustrating how climate change impacts such events. Held in a region experiencing rapid urbanization and environmental challenges, the Games face a lack of natural snowfall and extreme weather conditions. To cope, the organizing committee employed various strategies, such as using renewable energy for artificial snowmaking. These efforts included advanced snowmaking technologies that reduced water usage by 20%. In addition, snow grooming vehicles ensured standardized courses and the development of sustainable infrastructures. China Winter Olympics required 100% use of snow in certain venues. And although these efforts, additionally, the committee collaborated with the China Meteorological Administration to create a precise weather forecast system, allowing for better event scheduling and contingency plans. The games had an 100% snow use in certain venues. However, challenges remained even with the advancement of the snowmaking technologies. Certain districts required over 1 to 2% use of water resources during the games and an increased use of energy sources. Concerns of athlete safety and event quality were raised once again. The Beijing 22 Winter Olympics reflect a strong commitment to sustainability amidst severe climate challenges, advancements in technology and collaboration set a precedent for future events, and yet the environmental impact and ongoing challenges highlight the need for continued innovation and adaptation. Lessons learned from Salt Lake's pioneering efforts led to Vancouver and Beijing's more advanced and integrated approaches. Each host city has left a legacy of improved environmental awareness and community benefits, and the IOC's evolving requirements have reflected a broader shift towards sustainability. Lucy will now discuss the present-day facet of our project.
Thank you, Irving. So moving on to the present part of our project, we decided to focus on current athletes and stakeholders, gathering diverse perspectives on the realities and challenges faced by those currently involved in Winter Olympic sports. In this sense, as Anthony mentioned, we directly engaged to interview with event organizers and regulatory bodies, such as representatives of the IOC, FIS, and the IBU. These discussions were paired up with an analysis of these organizations' current plans on the subject. All have recently revised their sustainability policy following years of investigation and are still actively conducting research on finding ways to ensure and contribute to the survival of their competition. You can see some of their initiatives here. Overall, this discussion highlighted challenges and innovative strategies for coping with changing climatic conditions, such as advanced snowmaking technology and detailed contingency plans. As featured previously, we supplemented those interviews with a comprehensive survey, aiming to now capture athletes' own perception of climate change impact. Why? Because during our literature review, we encountered a lack of available resources on these crucial actors, even though they are the ones firsthand suffering the effect of climate change. One of the missions of our project then became to analyze whether this lack of available resources was more of a study gap or an awareness gap from these stakeholders, which could have affected our recommendation. You can see some of the results here. Out of the 48 elite athletes respondents, we learned that the adverse impact of climate change on Winter Olympic sport has been widely recognized and has had real consequences on the training and competition of athletes. However, these athletes are usually not aware of the long-term potential impact of climate change, indicating that relevant education and publicity need to be strengthened. At the same time, although the respondents generally agree on the importance of sustainable development in mitigating the impact of climate change, there is no clear consensus on the application of new technology. But don't worry, the future is bright. Based on this previous finding, we decided to dedicate the study of this technology in the future part of an analysis to the assessment of future or potential future projects like Milan Cortina, Saudi Arabia hosting the Asian Winter Games, and the French Alps. Even though these examples are quite diverse, they help us understand emerging trends, providing us with a comprehensive assessment of the technological landscape shaping the culture of Winter Olympic sport. From advanced snowmaking system to plastic landing area for ski jumping, it became clear that technological innovation are essential for maintaining competition standards and addressing environmental concerns. However, they don't solve everything and are not universal solutions. The three case studies illustrate that it is crucial to understand the specifics of these events and the sport themselves before applying the same technologies and policies everywhere. Now, building upon our assessment of past, present, and future challenges and opportunities driving the world of Winter Olympic sports, Terry will share with you a recommendation framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Indeed, the future is bright. So, to ensure that the future of the Games will not be jeopardized amidst climate change, we propose our recommendations in two parts. So we start with our recommendations, which are in form of the adaptive framework developments, and these are targeted to go to the IOC, the NOCs, the IFs, and the host cities, by extension, the government agencies. So in the adaptive framework, we first recommend a comprehensive environmental assessment. What do we mean by this? This involves analyzing historical weather data, collaborating with agencies to ensure that venues are climate resilient. For example, in Beijing, they did all this, and that's why they had an edge in their bid, because the assessment helped understand the region better, and they even had backup venues for in the event that anything happened. So secondly, integrating sustainable practices such as transport and snowmaking technology that has been mentioned by my colleagues is crucial. This includes using renewable energy sources, sustainable snowmaking techniques, because also taking into consideration that you use a lot of water and energy. And this was seen in Vancouver, where they applied this strategy successfully, planning and integrating eco-friendly transit, where they use public transport, encourage the use of electric vehicles, and also now the IBU is doing it in terms of pairing entry ticket with transport vouchers to reduce emissions. Milano Cortina as well has used, they're using the smart building technology while they're building their infrastructure. So policy development is another important aspect that needs a robust climate action framework. So you would see that in Milano Cortina, IOC was actually discouraging them to build the new bobsleigh track, but they went on with it anyway. Why were they being discouraged? That's because it's not sustainable, because it involves, say, cutting trees and all that. Environmental damage does not sit well with the community. But they argue that they're doing it in a sustainable manner, so IOC will take it. And as we could see as well, in Tokyo Summer Olympic, which is not winter sports, but they really aligned their strategies with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it worked for them. So stakeholder engagement is another important aspect, where you involve the athletes, the sponsors, and now IBU is doing that with their IBU Green program that engages athletes as ambassadors. Because actually, if you use athletes to advocate for anything, everyone listens to them, not only because of their profiles, but because when it comes directly from the horse's mouth, then it tends to gather and capture attention. Lastly on that, we also need adaptation by exploring developing climate-resilient variations. What do I mean by that? You find that sometimes if you cannot use, say, snow to ski, we've seen lots of videos of people skiing on sand or using rollerblades on dry land. So adapting and also just changing that a bit to sustain the games is important. And Thomas Bach, the IOC Olympic Committee president, says, change or be changed. So if at all snow will not be there, then we have to change. So onto the legal framework, which is sort of just to firm it up, we looked at incorporating climate change considerations, aligning with international global treaties, regulating equipment and infrastructure, because like I said before, even if you wanted to use athletes to advocate for climate change, they would say it's hypocritical. Why? Because they're using equipment that are not sustainable to the environment. Therefore, enhancing compliance and enforcement is important in terms of also just making sure the manufacturers are using sustainable materials. And this will also make it easier for the athletes, if you want to use them as ambassadors for climate change, they can advocate for something that they're not taking part in destroying. So, in conclusion, I feel like our group felt generally that these adaptive and legal frameworks address climate change. However, continuous monitoring and evaluation is necessary because it informs strategic changes. By embracing these strategies, we can ensure that there's continued relevance of winter sports. And who knows, maybe non-traditional areas like Kenya, my beloved country, will be the next winter sport destination thanks to technology and innovative approaches. Thank you so much for listening, and we now welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you and congratulations, in spite of the fact you are a bit over time. Okay, now the questions session. Dr. Dichter.
Thank you, group. As your supervisor, it's great to see your presentation. And, you know, I commend you for the interviews you conducted and the survey responses you received from athletes who are still competing, although they're done their seasons for the year. And so I wanted to ask how the surveys influence the development of your recommendations and frameworks that you created.
So, like we said before, we kind of felt like the athlete is the main stakeholder, and that's why we tried as much as possible, in as much as we want to look at all the research that exists, we wanted to sort of hear from them and know how they feel. And sometimes it's very hard for them to hear all these narratives that, oh, when in 2050 there will not be any winter sport or any snow left, because they're professionals in this trade, they're elites, and some of them even depend on winter sports for their livelihoods. So if you tell them, if you, of course, hope is not a strategy, but if you tell them that, oh, you now just have to keep hoping that in the next century there will be snow, then it's hard for them. So just listening to them and also the zeal in them wanting to take part in doing this by advocating for the changes was impressive given our research, because we really wanted to know how do they feel. As another group that is talking about mental health, they actually are affected by this, also mentally, because sports is not just the physical side, it's also the impact on how, if I'm training on artificial snow, then I will be injured. And then what happens if, like a case that we saw where an athlete came last, but they were actually fast, and that was because of the impact of the snow. The snow diminished, and then it affected the race. So it also diminishes the outcome of the races, and now they even lose the competitive edge because they don't know if it's a fair competition or not. So it was very important to talk to them and just get it from them, other than just hearing from all the heads of department that we spoke to, which was cool, but I guess this was also a very good add-on to our research.
If I can add a bit on that, as Anthony mentioned at the beginning, even though we sent our survey to as many athlete federations possible, we didn't get any answer from luge, skeleton, and bobsleigh. And it's something that we kind of try to take into account. We were wondering if that's because it was a lack, obviously it's a bit different than ski, biathlon, and snowboard. And we were wondering if it was related to like a lack of education for the size, a lack of knowledge, and it's something that's also why we included in our recommendation education for athletes, because yeah, it's something that we took into account given the answer we had on the survey.
Next question, James, Panther.
Yeah. My question for you, again linked to the key recommendations, which just reading through in the summary document, they seem to be very much focused on the event itself, and I just wondered if you looked at, is there an opportunity here for a Winter Olympics to actually demand that all the suppliers as well are meeting to certain environmental standards, so that it really, you know, it's everybody involved with the event who's supplying things for it has to think about the environment too.
Thank you for your question. Currently, there are implementations already for the bidding host where the questionnaire involves answers that needs to be included with stakeholder involvements and how those partnerships will develop in terms of companies that deal with the bottling, for example, the recycling aspects of it. There are agreements that have been in place from the recent change of the implementation of sustainability as a main core, because additionally the environment has switched to sustainability, so it encompasses not just the environment, but it encompasses socio-economic and economical aspects. So as part of the stakeholders who require monetary
gain, sustainability has been a part of it.
And also to add to that a bit, we also recommended something on investing in research and innovation, and also realized that in as much as this can be funded, sometimes it is hard to measure. And so if the governing bodies like IOC can have a way of enacting in the legal framework, sort of forcing them a bit, because even if you look at the global treaties, when they were negotiating, for example, in Paris, 196 countries signed, but you will, if you hear the backstory, some of them did not want to commit to it, because if the document said developing countries shall fund the underdeveloped countries, or the developed countries shall fund the underdeveloped, then they will be like, we can't sign that because it's then legally binding. But if it said should, then it also appears voluntary. So they're not really bound by it. So that's the nuances and also just the challenges and limitations as well when you look at it on that side. And this can be curbed by, say, how the NGOs have like tax exemptions. So if you could incentivize that and make them feel like there's something in it for them by maybe, I don't know, excluding them from paying taxes, then probably they would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Last question for Professor Pauly.
Thank you, Denny. Thank you, group. That's great to hear. My question, feel free to stick just to winter sport if you want, but if you want to go broader, that's also fine. So I think the classic problem, right, is that sport is a victim of the climate crisis, but sport is also contributing to the climate crisis. And I think that's something that came over well here, maybe with the example of deforestation to build new tracks. I guess my question is, from your research, I was very touched by Terry's point about the athletes know that there's a problem and they've got to do something. What can sport do to help the debate about climate crisis? What can sport do to make a difference? Not just to protect itself, so we can still have Winter Olympics in 30 years, but to help the world. So what can sport do to advocate for more action globally?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, during our research, we received questions like, is it really worth it to keep discussing like winter sports, their viability, their survival in the future? Does it really worth it? Like you mentioned, maybe it consumes a lot of energy. It contributed to the worst case scenario of climate change. But on the other hand, I think also like our former colleagues for the event and also the group mentioned before, like they mentioned that the effect of event to contribute it to the social improvement. And from our side, we hope to advocate that using sports, keep sports alive, is not only an industry that is alive, it is also allowing people kind of like a comparison thing to allow people to remember that the climate change is there, and then winter sports also is there to showcase that even under climate change, they can still survive and show the world that the climate change is something that we can together fight for and control in the future.
Okay, thank you very much, Group 5. Now we have another coffee or water break. I would like to ask you politely to be seated at 10 past 4. 10 past 4. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being back on time. Now we will move to group 6, and you have the floor.
Good afternoon, members of the scientific committee, classmates, and others present here and online. Our research project is titled Beyond the Podium, Investigating the Impact of the Legacy of the Paralympic Games on Elite Parasports Participation. Before I move further, I'd like to introduce my group. We have Guilherme Pagrimas from Brazil and Lithuania, Edith Finn from Ireland, Linosha Pansa from China, and myself, Abhiwagi Shiran from India. Our study aims to investigate the legacy of the Paralympic Games and its potential impact on parasports participation through 3 case studies in Rio, London, and Beijing. Our research revolves around 2 main questions. Has the Summer Paralympic Games successfully realized its proposed objectives in parasports participation, and what key factors influenced its success or shortfall? To explore our topic, we have selected 3 case studies. Beijing, London, and Rio represent the Paralympic Games in 3 continents that have had a significant impact in shaping the Paralympic movement over the last 2 decades. Within each case study, we first conceptualize the environment around parasports in each country, analyze its proposed legacy objectives, the outcomes, and then finally its evaluation. For each case study, our reviewed documents include media and government articles, media reports, and bidding documents. We've conducted 29 interviews with stakeholders in the Paralympic movement, 15 Paralympians, 4 national Paralympic committees, and the International Paralympic Committee. Without further ado, I leave the stage to Pan, who will take us through our first case study, Beijing 2008.
Thanks, Albie. Now let's start our games with Beijing in 2008. China's first participation in the Paralympics was in 1984, and before bidding for the Paralympics in 1998, the Chinese government shifted its focus from mass participation to elite sport. And as you can see from the table, China started to lead the medal table since 2000 Sydney. However, one hurdle in China has been the lack of accessibility and inclusion for individuals with disability in society. In terms of the bidding statement for hosting the Paralympics, Beijing has highlighted certain commitment to host the game. First, China has emphasized its plans to create an accessible environment, enhancing public transport and urban infrastructure to facilitate the participation of people with disability. Second, put more efforts to foster international cooperation and participation in the Paralympics. In addition, China aimed at promoting social changes and providing opportunities for children with disabilities to engage in sports and physical activities. Also, China emphasized all of those are long-term commitment to the Paralympic movement. According to our research and interviews with people who are from different categories, we found after 2000 Beijing, more technique-driven and all ages involved for elite parasports. The main demonstration effect of sportsmanship that burst out from the para-athletes became a strong invisible force to encourage people with disability to participate in sports at all ages. Especially more parents encourage their children with disabilities to engage in sports by training technical talents. Second, the amount of the total spectators was more than any previous Paralympics before. The public believed that the Paralympics would help them better understand the meaning of the life. They don't lose any abilities, they just have different abilities. However, there are some still challenges needed to be faced in the future. Unbalanced development, The funding and the scope are still limited, leaving rural parasports activities underdeveloped, and also limited media content. According to the interviews with media editors, one thing they all mentioned is the public look at the people with disability still with the compassion, rather than with a mentality of watching normal people's game. So, above all is what we found from Beijing. Now, let's have Edie to lead us to London.
Thanks, Pan. Now, from the creation of the Stoke Mandeville Games in 1948 by Sir Ludwig Goodman, a mass acceleration in the popularity and growth of parasports occurred throughout the latter half of the 20th century, in tandem with a growing awareness of and provision for disability rights in the UK, particularly in the 1990s with the introduction of the Disability Discrimination Act in 1995. The results of these reforms and improvements were clearly seen in the participation levels and results by Team GB at the 2000, 2004 and 2008 Paralympic Games, with the team finishing second place in the overall medals table and providing a solid stepping stone for parasports participation in the UK to continue to progress in the run-up to London 2012. The concept of legacy was one of the defining factors that separated the London 2012 bid from its competitors back in 2005. And legacy objectives for participation were delivered in two key publications prior to the Games. The first was an integrated legacy objectives publication covering both the Olympics and Paralympics, released in 2007. The objectives included providing more elite training centres and coaching programmes, delivering increased investment, developing talent athlete scholarship schemes and identification programmes, and Mission 2012, a project aimed at monitoring each sport in both the Summer Olympics and Paralympics to track their progress on the road to 2012. A second publication that set disability-specific legacy objectives was published in 2010. This publication promised to use the Games to accelerate the delivery of disability equality in the UK by 2025 and sought to address the removal of environmental, attitudinal and organisational barriers to participation in key areas by widening sporting opportunities for disabled adults, children and young people, and increasing the supply of accessible facilities. From our research on the post-Games position, the successful outcomes have included the provision of talent identification schemes such as Playground to Podium, which saw positive trends prior to the Games. The programme identified athletes such as Team GB sprinter Sophie Kamlish, one of our interviewees who competed in her first Paralympic Games in London 2012. There was also an increase in the provision of more national training centres and accessible facilities. And there was increased investment provided for both the London 2012 and Rio 2016 Paralympic cycles across all Paralympic sports through UK Sport. However, our evaluation has also identified critical pitfalls. There was and continues to be a clear deficit in empirical data and monitoring with respect to parasports participation. And measuring the success of the integrated legacy objectives has proved difficult, given that the reporting often fails to identify what was delivered specifically for parasports. The delay in the publication of the disability-specific legacy objectives was also found to have created difficulty for sports organisations and clubs to prepare to meet the demand for parasports in the aftermath of the Games. Whilst more accessible infrastructure has been delivered, its delivery has been inconsistent. As recently as July 2023, Paralympian Anne Wafola Strike lobbied the UK government for legislative change on the provision of fully accessible toilets at sporting facilities in the UK, with fewer than 10% of venues registered as equipped with such facilities. Environmental, attitudinal and organisational barriers to participation in wider society have also persisted, and they place a massive hindrance on para-athletes participating in sport. The most striking of all, however, has been the legislative changes to welfare reform adopted in the background of preparation for London 2012, impacting the cost of social care, causing many athletes to fear that they will lose their benefits if seen to be engaging and competing in elite-level sport. Overall, the success of the proposed objectives saw positive initial trends, but their impact has arguably fallen short due to a lack of strategic planning, leveraging activities, a consistent monitoring of their progress, and undermining by wider societal and policy issues in the long term. I will now pass you on to Guilherme to address the Rio 2016 case study.
Before Brazil was chosen to host the 2016 Paralympic Games, parasport scenario in the country was constantly increasing. As you can see from the table, the country went from 6 gold medals in 2000 to 21 won in 2012, a result from all the improvements the country constantly made over the years. However, despite of the advancements the country made, there was still a strong need for improvements, mainly in infrastructure. Training facilities lack necessary adaptations such as ramps and other accessibility features, making them unsuitable for certain disabilities. When we look at the proposed legacies, when the opportunity to host the Games arose in 2008, Brazil's bidding documents outlined several strategies to address the issues facing parasports. The proposed legacies included building and revitalizing sports facilities, expanding youth sports programs, and increasing scholarship for athletes. The aim was to create integrated sports centers and ensure that the infrastructure improvements benefited both the Olympic and the Paralympics. These commitments were designed to enhance accessibility, promote parasports participation, and provide long-term support for para-athletes, showcasing Brazil's dedication to addressing the pre-existing challenges. Now, after the Games, the most significant legacy was the Brazilian Paralympic Training Center in São Paulo. Providing top-level resources to all professional and grassroots athletes, it promoted broader participation in parasports. However, its creation centralized competitions and trainings in one single region, that is São Paulo, limiting the development in the other regions, also creating logistical challenges for athletes, for example, who live thousands of kilometers away from this facility. Brazil also enhanced previous existing programs and laws to better attend parasports. One critical development was the creation of the Brazilian law on the inclusion of persons with disabilities. This legislation aimed to ensure the rights and inclusion of people with disabilities in various aspects of society, including sports as well. The new created law also impacted on pre-existing ones as the Agnello-Piva law, a law that allocated 2% of all national lottery revenues to Olympic and Paralympic sports. With the creation of the Brazilian law on the inclusion of persons with disability, this distribution, as you guys can see, was reshaped. What initially was 15% jumped to 37%, boosting initiatives that helped parasports participation. Another improvement occurred in the Bolsa Atleta program, a program providing financial support to all athletes. The program introduced a new subdivision offering greater financial support to athletes with higher chances of winning. However, some interviews raised important potential issues with the program, raising the mismanagement and the corruption when distributing those funds. Now, I'll give back the floor to Abby to discuss our overall conclusions for this project.
Thanks, Guy. Now, with these outcomes in mind, we will now go over our suggestions. 1. The proposed barriers in each case, while arguably a good start, fail to account for the barriers in participation. These barriers, social, financial, structural, hinder participation in the disabled communities, and this translates to sport at all levels. 2. There is a clear need for clear strategic legacy planning that specifically addresses parasport. There is also a need for set leveraging activities on how they plan to achieve these plans. 3. From our findings, it is clear that the legacy objectives need to be set within a time frame that allows those responsible for the delivery adequate time to prepare to do so. And finally, clear accountability needs to be attributed to the groups tasked with ensuring the delivery of these programs and ensure that their progress is monitored longitudinally to ensure long-term viability. These are some building blocks we believe future organizers should keep in mind to implement a robust and impactful post-Games legacy program that promotes participation. Thank you for your attention, and now we leave the floor for the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Group 6, and congratulations on your excellent presentation. And now we move to questions. I should mention that the supervisor, I think I forgot to do it before, is Professor Martin Poli. Questions? Mr. Panther.
I'll go first. One of the sort of big legacies around Paralympic sport, I think, for London 2012 was when they did the shift in the broadcasting contract. So up until that point, I'm sure you probably would have found this in your research, it was always just the BBC who just did the Olympics, both, you know, Paralympic. But it was suddenly announced for London 2012 that Channel 4 would be the broadcaster for the Paralympics. And I think it was widely regarded. They did a fantastic job in elevating the profile of Paralympic sport. So I just wondered if you found that in your research and what impact that really had, and whether that is a format that has been adopted for subsequent Paralympics, where they've divided up the broadcasting rights.
You're referring to the Superhumans campaign from Channel 4, and that's definitely had a remarkable impact in the UK in terms of publicity and changing the narrative. And while that is very encouraging to see, and I think it leans back, you know, and they continued such programming, Channel 4 did for Rio 2016, as far as I'm aware. They kind of built on the Superhumans campaign. But then you have the issue, which was also occurring in the UK at the time, that there was also other television shows that were being broadcast. And these shows were called certain titles such as benefits cheats, and that they were implying that people and people with disabilities were using the words like scamming and this kind of language around them. So yes, certain campaigns that are specific to the parasports context, such as the Superhumans campaign with Channel 4, is a fantastic initiative. But if you have, and like we've addressed in the presentation, if wider society and if wider societal programming, like language that's being used, if that isn't in line with those campaigns, it can really take from them outside of the Paralympic cycle. And the point of legacy is that it's for longevity. And I think those campaigns are fantastic, but the narrative and the messaging that comes from other broadcasters programming outside of the Paralympic cycle and outside of the Paralympic time needs to also be in line with those Superhuman campaigns.
Also, adding up to that, it's a very interesting question, and when we stop to think and when we realize the impact that the broadcasting has on the Paralympic movement and also the impact that it has on laws and regulations. For example, in Brazil, we had Brazil was the record contained for the 2004 broadcasting audience. It was the country that most broadcasted the Paralympic Games, and just followed by Spain. And then after that, you can see a lot of laws and regulations coming up after parasports, like the Bolsa Atleta program and the Agnello Piva law, who changed the scenario in Brazil. So a lot of things came because of those games and the advancements that the country made back then. So it's very, very interesting question. Thanks for the question. Just adding up to that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Marston, yes.
Okay, I think you can hear me. Yes. So thank you, group, for your presentation. A question on legacy and the organization of the events. So legacy is a result of planning and preparation, and that improved over time is a result of consistency, which is a result of transfer of knowledge. So TOK, as it is called in the Olympic language. I'd like to ask you, did you observe in your research over these 3 cases, any evidence of transfer of knowledge, particularly on this question of elite parasport participation. I know that you have at least one interview that participated in 2 different editions, if I'm not mistaken, David Smith. So I'd like to hear a bit more about the question of transfer of knowledge between these 3 events.
Thank you for your question, Kevin. In terms of transfer of knowledge with respect to Beijing, London, and Rio, while being limited, and what we've noticed outside of our scope, just briefly looking at Tokyo and Paris ahead, what we've seen is that the Paris organizers have reached out to Tokyo for a knowledge-sharing process, which was one of our recommendations on why the data collected from these Paralympics could not be used for future events. And sort of this has been echoed by the moves at Tokyo and Paris. And the organizers at Tokyo have been very willing to share these. Although out of our scope, we don't have the data regarding it, but it is going on, it is happening right now.
Also, adding on top of that, when we analyze Paris' proposed legacies for the Games, it's clear that the knowledge sharing has been done. As, for example, Lucy's group mentioned, Group 5, on the sustainability factors that Tokyo have been following. And if you take a look at the proposed legacies for Paris, most of them are focused on sustainable actions. And the legacies itself, they are more well structured when you compare to, for example, our cases. So yeah, just another.
Okay, Professor Pauly.
You've used disability as a kind of umbrella term throughout the whole presentation, which completely understand that. But obviously, it's much more complicated than that. So, you've got within the Paralympics, amputees, spinal injuries, visual impairment, cerebral palsy, and les autres. Is there any variation in legacy and take-up and participation from your findings between those different disability groups? So, in other words, take us beyond the umbrella term of disability.
Well, for example, just even from my own reading the other day, you're talking about using blanket terms with respect to disability, and even the other day I learned myself when I was reading one article that I used the term accessible toilets in my presentation, but I learned the other day that there was actually 2 different types, that there's not just one accessible toilet, there's also changing place toilets and accessible toilets. So, that's an important thing to know in terms of using those blanket terms, because I might say, okay, we need this infrastructure in this facility, but we need 2 different types, and we need to provide for the different classifications and the different degrees. Like a changing places toilet versus an accessible toilet, they're completely different layouts and they require completely different things. So I think that's something even that I've just seen myself. But exactly your point that it's such, there's so much more in the detail, and there's so much more, it's so hard to even just put classifications on things, because even when you do that, you tend to actually exclude people as well. And that was definitely something we saw in the research that comes up, that one of my interviewees referred to, when you're talking about the Paralympics, you're talking about 0.1% of disabled people. You're not talking about the community at large. And I think that's something that's really important to take into consideration when we're using those terms and discussing these topics, because we're talking about a minority within a minority, effectively. And I think that's something we've even seen in the legacy documents. They can be vague, and they can't address everybody who wants to partake in disability sport in the various ways that you can take place. At an elite, at a grassroots level, there's ways to participate in disability sport that aren't in the Paralympics. And just because you don't see yourself in the Paralympics doesn't mean you can't see yourself in sport. And I think that's a really important message that we need to drive out of this conversation.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Yes?
Hello? All right, great. Thanks very much. I really enjoyed that, thank you. I just want to have a little bit more discussion about the way in which you see the interventions of legislation and how important that is, and what changes you'd like to see around that. So obviously in the UK, the Equalities Act is nearly 15 years old, and certainly I think people feel that's ready for some redrafting. I'm less sure about the other countries, about how old their acts are, or indeed if you think they've got enough legislation. But also, what's the crossover between national legislation and, say, an international approach through things like the United Nations SDGs and their equality SDG as well. So just interested to see where you would like to see there be more movement in the future to create the impact that you're talking about. Thank you.
No, it's a very interesting point. And when we stopped and analyzed, for example, the legacies of Rio in 2016, you can clearly see that how those legislation they impact on parasports participation as well. As we presented, we had the law on disabled people for Brazil. To follow up with the games in Rio 2016, and that impacted also in the parasports there. We saw like an increase from 15% to 37% in terms of the revenue, and it represents more than that, because when we are talking about 15% to 37%, maybe you think, oh, but that's not a big of a jump. But when you go and actually look the impact that made on the revenue that the parasports they made, it was an increase in 150 million in revenue, Brazilian reais, which today is $25 million in impact on parasports. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how international laws as well could connect with national laws for those countries, and then to, I think you would add up to that.
Yeah, just even in the London context, for example, the legacy objective publications came from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, which means they come from the government. And the same, I know there's government changes, and there was definitely changes in political parties in power in the UK between the bid being accepted and then the actual games taking place and then the aftermath. But there has to be some kind of consistency between the documents that are coming out of the Department of Culture, Media and Sport with the overall documents that are coming out of the government in the UK as well. You can't publish a glossy manual that says you're going to achieve all of these fantastic initiatives for people with disabilities and then turn around and cut their access to welfare payments and expect that they don't have a crossover. And then just to the international element, maybe that could be something for the IPC to consider. I know that the bid for the Olympics and the Paralympics is a joint bid, but maybe in setting legacy objectives that the IPC maybe and the Olympics introduce minimum standards, maybe certain criteria that are consistent across all placeholders of the games and things that can be implemented in all future editions of the game, just to bring about that sense of consistency to the delivery of legacy objectives.
Okay, Group 6, thank you very much. Congratulations on your excellent presentation. And now I call the group who were to be patient for the whole afternoon. Yeah. Group 7. So now it's your turn. You have the floor.
Welcome to the final presentation of the final presentations for the 24th edition of the FIFA Masters. We're honored to have the floor to end the day, and while admittedly we know where we sit within the schedule of the day, so without further ado, let's get started, and I promise you'll soon have a drink in your hands. Good afternoon, everyone, all of you here, and also good day to wherever you are all over the world with joining us online. My name is Alice Yoon from South Korea, and I am joined by my friends Felipe Aires from Brazil and Arjun Khanna from India. And together, for the past 10 months, we've spent our time looking beyond the game into a stakeholder analysis of match fixing in Brazilian football. Today's agenda consists of 3 parts divided among the 3 of us. I'll start by setting the stage and lead you into the research question that we have at hand. Then Felipe, from Brazil, will take us through everything in a Brazilian context, while explaining what exactly is going on within match fixing in Brazil. Then finally, Arjun will conclude with some research data findings and key findings from our research, and leave you with some recommendation strategies for Brazilian football and its ecosystem. So, our research begins with a problem. So let's take a closer look with some statistics. 1,329 suspicious matches in sport in 2023, and that's split up into 1,295 from the men's side, and while just 34 from the women's side. And now take a look at this graph that lists the suspicious activity by sport. 880 in football alone. But wait, that's not it, because if you now look at this chart broken down by the top 10 countries within the world, what do you see? Brazil, with 109 cases of suspicious matches in sport in 2023. So put all of those 3 pieces together, and now we have the narrow scope of our project, which is looking at professional men's football in Brazil. And now let's set a blank slate and go top down into some of the terminology and the definitions that we'll be using throughout the research project, and is important for you to know as you listen to our presentation. Betting is embedded in history, and it dates all the way back to 2300 BC in China. Sports and betting are inseparable, and there is a high correlation between the birth of sport and the very existence of betting throughout time. And even in Brazilian football, which is our case study, 70% of sponsors in the Brazilian championship are betting companies. And through our research, we found that match fixing is a consequence of sports betting. And now, you might be wondering what exactly constitutes match fixing, what exactly is match fixing? And for that, we go to the Macklin Convention, which is the first of its kind. The Macklin Convention is an international legal framework proposed by the Council of Europe to combat match fixing. It has 32 signatories to date, 3 of which are non-European: Morocco, Australia, and the Russian Federation. Which means that there is work still to be done, and there can be more collaboration and more countries added to the signatories of the Macklin Convention. And in this Macklin Convention, there are 4 components that constitute to what classifies as match fixing. Match fixing is an intentional activity aimed at an improper alteration of the results or the course of a sport competition, thereby removing the unpredictable nature that is inherent in sport, and which, in order to obtain an undue advantage for oneself or for others. Now that we've narrowed down the scope, we keep going down in order to reach our research question, because match fixing is divided into 2 different types. There is betting-related match fixing, which, as the name suggests, is results manipulated through betting platforms, and the main motivation behind it is to gain profits in the betting market. Whereas compare that to non-betting related match fixing, where the betting element is removed, and it's also commonly known as sporting related match fixing. There's actually a 3rd type of match fixing which falls under betting related match fixing that is more frequent in recent days, which is called spot fixing. And this is when spots of a match versus an entire match are manipulated. And now you'll see that there are a complex layer of things going on just within betting-related match fixing, which is why we chose to focus our research on betting-related match fixing. And now we arrive at the research question of How can various off-pitch stakeholders combat betting-related match fixing in Brazilian football? And now that I've laid the groundworks, I'll now pass it off to Felipe to put everything in a Brazilian context.
Thank you, Alice. Hello, everyone. I am Felipe, and I will be discussing the sports betting in Brazil. Gambling in Brazil has a long history, dating back to 1784. Jogo do Bicho is one of the most significant illegal gambling activities globally. Created in 1892, it is still present in Brazilian life, producing 6% more revenue than state-operated lotteries. Despite the ban on all forms of gambling in 1946, the Federal Lottery was established in 1961, effectively legalizing only the games they organized. In 2018, a new era began with the authorization of fixed odds sports betting, marking the start of a new regulatory framework. There have been 3 key scandals related to sports betting in Brazil over the last 45 years. This is clearly the reason for the situation in the country. Let's take a look. In the 80s, the sports lottery mafia. This involved bribed referees, players, and managers manipulating game results for lottery wins. Placar magazine exposed this in 1982, revealing 125 implicated individuals, but only 20 indictments highlighting the need for reform and oversight. In 2005, the Whistle Mafia. Driven by that, referee Edilson Pereira de Carvalho accepted bribes to manipulate match outcomes in the Brazilian Championship. This led to the rescheduling of 11 matches and underscored pervasive corruption. 2023, the Operation Maximum Penalty. A sophisticated match-fixing scheme involving players was uncovered, with payments in cryptocurrencies and involvement of high-profile players. The Brazilian Football Confederation responded with suspensions, forming an integrity committee, and strengthening regulations. The evolution of sports betting in Brazil mirrors global shifts, and as Brazil moves towards a regulated betting market, it must balance sports integrity with economic benefits. The legal and regulatory ambiguity surrounding sports betting in Brazil significantly impacts match fixing and sports integrity. Corruption thrives where oversight is weak and financial incentives are high. Currently, Brazil has 4 main legal tools. The Constitution ensures the right to practice sports and establishes autonomy for sports organizations, including an independent sports judicial system. Brazil's Sports Code governs sports justice, allows sports organizations to set up disciplinary bodies, and stipulates penalties for fixing. Sports betting law, created in this January. Licensed fixed odds betting requires operators to monitor betting activities and prohibits betting by those who can influence matches. The CBF regulations prohibits betting by players, referees, officials, and their relatives on matches they can influence. Brazilian football is taking decisive action to combat match fixing. The introduction of the sports betting law in January this year is a clear indication of their commitment to this cause. However, they must still do much more off the pitch to achieve their goal and overcome the complex challenges that are part of the context. An ecosystem aligns partners to realize a value proposition at both macro and micro levels. Thank you, Dino. In Brazil, football's ecosystem comprises various stakeholders dedicated to the sport's development, success, and integrity. Football is deeply rooted in Brazilian culture, adding complexity to issues like sports betting and match fixing. The Confederação Brasileira de Futebol, well known as CBF, governs Brazilian football, ensuring fair play and ethical conduct by setting and enforcing anti-match fixing regulations. Brazil's 27 state football federations also hold significant power influencing the CBF's decision. Stakeholders are committed to combating match fixing. Sports betting companies, with their economic influence, maintain fair betting environments by setting odds, accepting bets, and paying winnings. They collaborate with data providers who ensure data accuracy and detect suspicious betting patterns. Football leaders manage clubs and leagues, implementing anti-corruption measures and educating athletes on integrity. Third-party sports companies handle contracts, transfers, and endorsements while promoting football and advising on compliance, engaging with stakeholders to uphold the sport's integrity. Collaboration among all stakeholders is essential to create a safe and fair environment, implementing best practices and strengthening sports integrity policies. Understanding the complexities of betting-related match fixing is crucial for maintaining football's integrity in Brazil. Now, Arjun will present our proposed solutions and the strategic approach we have developed to address these challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Felipe. My colleagues, Alice and Felipe, spoke to you about what the research is and why we are conducting it. Let's delve a little further and now understand who we spoke to, what we analyzed from this, and what our recommendations are for the Brazilian ecosystem. The chart you see in front of you shows 29 off-pitch stakeholders comprising of governing bodies to betting companies and data providers and so forth that are all involved in this ecosystem off the pitch. Once we had our conversations with them, there were very interesting analysis that came forward. They could be bucketed in three simple pockets. The first, legal and regulatory. The second, awareness and promotion. And the third, data and technology. Let's look at each of them. In legal and regulatory, 48% of our stakeholders disagree that the existing sports betting laws in Brazil are effective to combat match manipulation. What was even more interesting was that 55% were unaware of international treaties to combat match fixing, such as the Macallan Convention, which Alice spoke to you about. From this, we understood that there are some recommendations that are essential for the entire ecosystem. The first and foremost being to adopt the Macallan Convention. This creates a solid foundation and will foster a collaborative and uniform approach across the system. The CBF has been calling for its adoption at various forums, most recently with the CPI or the Senate that's currently investigating the ongoing scandals. Another recommendation we have is to introduce robust reporting and whistleblower mechanisms. The CBF has one, however, this needs to be implemented across the system through state federations, leagues, clubs, and even betting operators. The idea is to create a simple, user-friendly, and discrete channel which is available across mediums. We also suggest creating a national alert hub where different stakeholders can share information promptly and act accordingly. Finally, what's also relevant is to conduct thorough preliminary investigation and adjudicatory proceedings. What we mean by this is that law enforcement agencies and governing bodies need to be adequately trained on best practices on how to deal with these alerts, how to collect and report evidence, finalize them, and conduct the proceedings in a legal and justifiable manner. Moving on, we go to awareness and promotion, where 79% of our stakeholders agree that education and awareness will prevent match fixing in Brazilian football. But when we delve a little deeper, we believe that this needs to be done based on 5 key tenets. Those are personalization. What we mean is the content needs to be curated to specific actors who we are being delivered to. That could be players, junior or senior, betting operators, sports organizations, other entities, and so forth. Further, gamification. This is something that is more relevant for players, where it's important to deliver the content, but what is even more relevant is how it is delivered. We need to enhance their retention and increase their engagement with it. Further, we believe it's important to involve friends and family members for 2 simple reasons. One, it makes them aware of the system in play and what needs to be done, and further, helps reinforce this to the athletes when we're outside our webinar and workshop. So it creates a sort of a self-sustaining system. Fourth, we need the content to be relevant and up to date. Felipe walked you through the timeline of match fixing issues that Brazil faces with. But each time, it's a different problem that surfaces. Therefore, the content needs to be able to tackle what we face currently and also be able to mitigate what could reasonably be foreseen in the future. Finally, leverage effective media channels. Use social media effectively to create different forms of content in the form of testimonials, infographics, short-form videos, longer-form content, and so on. We consider having a dedicated website as a central information hub to provide news, reports, and other education pieces. Finally, we also believe that it would be helpful to partner with universities and schools to further localize this content, particularly for our younger players. Moving on to the third tenet, which is data and technology. 83% of our stakeholders believe that state federations should partner with data providers. This is because the technology that we use is the bedrock for reactive measures on dealing with match manipulation. Currently, the CBF does have a data monitoring compliance agreement, but again, we recommend that this is trickled down even lower to the lower leagues and divisions for two key reasons. One, it increases the eyes on the games, and two, it reduces the desire to manipulate. We do have a few state federations, such as Sao Paulo, that does have an agreement, but that's only one such federation. We need this across the system. Further, we call to leverage AI and other emerging technology to utilize them better to understand how to track activities. Sportradar informed us that 74% of the suspicious betting activity that they picked up in Brazil was with the help of AI. More research needs to be done on the use of this technology to catch corruption as early as possible. What do we get from all of this? The ecosystem is complex, and it cannot be solved overnight. From analyzing perspectives of all our stakeholders, we understand that this requires a united, cohesive, and collaborative effort. Everyone has to play their part. As great Brazilian teams of the past have won and shown us what it's like to be a team, it's now time for the stakeholders in the ecosystem to come together and help combat match fixing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And now we will have our last round of questions for you. So, I don't know if I said that the supervisors were Professor Diaconou and Professor Mavroidis.
Thank you very much, Group, for bringing up this discussion. It is a very important topic, and I mean, match fixing has been in the past identified as one of the biggest threats in sports. And first of all, a comment, because when you were just showing now the percentage of stakeholders that agree that education and awareness will prevent match fixing in Brazil was 79%. I think it is curious to see that one of the measures that you suggested was the gamification. And that is really a key, because one of the projects that has been, internationally has been worked on, suggests actually one gamification application for youngsters, for young athletes, for them to get in touch with this perception. What is match fixing? What is, should I accept some sort of shoes in order for me to score a goal? Or is that acceptable if a friend or a colleague of mine says, if you just let this ball slip, you get this and this advantage? So bringing these topics into some sort of gamification reality can help, and this is just a comment. This is already being done, and the success so far is real. And now the question, from your research and from the discussions that you had with the stakeholders, did you have the perception that the international federations have also, with the sanctions mechanisms, because you also touched upon the topic of sanctions, that some of them also suggested that with sanctions, they would also imply some sort of resocialization of the players, meaning, for example, a player that engages into match fixing, one part of the sanction would be, okay, now you would have to do some education and awareness sessions with other players, telling them exactly how to not engage in this type of activity. And I mean, coming from a player to a player is probably different than coming from a director or a sports manager to a player.
Thank you for your question. I think that's an extremely important point that you brought up, and that's something that we noticed in another setting, that is Portugal, where what we identified was anyone who was convicted of the offense of match manipulation was not cast aside or ostracized to a negative extent, but was rather used to the same point that was brought up, where they share their experiences. And that tends back to the point I touched upon, where we should use social media channels effectively which can be in the form of testimonials, where somebody who has gone through something in a similar vein, this doesn't mean that that individual has even gone ahead and manipulated the event, but has been in an environment which would be conducive towards manipulation, is something that's extremely important. And I think that that is something that we do believe the ecosystem in Brazil should also implement.
Okay, next, Professor Ruta.
C'est moi.
Ah.
C'est moi, Denis.
You know, I have the light, and
Okay.
I hardly see you in the room, so sorry.
Okay. One of the problems in fighting match fixing is that police and the public prosecutor services have other priorities. They don't believe, many of them, that fighting match fixing is a priority against robbery, murder, other types of fraud, I don't know. So what arguments would you try to use to convince in Brazil or elsewhere the police and the prosecutors that fighting match fixing in sports should be made a priority?
Thank you for your question. And I think you're absolutely right that most law enforcement agencies do come up with this suggestion that there are other pressing issues potentially that does deviate their attention to it. And something that we were also able to identify through our qualitative research was that because of how Brazil is, it's quite fragmented, where only some law enforcement agencies are capable or equipped to deal with it and some others aren't. This lends to what we're essentially trying to say, where this needs to be a uniform approach. We cannot just fasten the responsibility on public prosecutors and law enforcement agencies to deal with it. We need the entire ecosystem to play its part. For example, have the alert monitoring system. Everyone needs to be trained on how that alert comes in, what can be done with it. What that then does is it provides assistance to the enforcement agencies to take the action further, rather than what we currently have is just passing it on to the enforcement agencies and leaving it to them, which then increases the burden that they already have. Therefore, we believe this is the best way to resolve this issue.
To adding up, if you analyze the football as a product, it's also important to involve all stakeholders, because at the end of the day, you need to develop your own product. So right now, Brazil is passing through an important moment because they are creating the league, which essentially is going to be organized and managed by the clubs. So the clubs have the interest to bring up all the stakeholders and improve the brand, not only nationally but also internationally. So in that sense, I believe it's important involve the prosecutor as well. But as Arjun mentioned, at the end of the day, we should just understand the complexity of the situation. With a complex situation, we cannot solve the problem with in the simple way.
And I think that's why this all-stakeholder approach is so important, because now it's not just the police involved. And recently, actually in April, the CBF, the police, and Sport Radar collaborated together in order to look into investigations. And so now, if you're not the only party involved with the responsibility, then you have a collective responsibility to uphold the integrity of sports. So I feel like this stakeholder approach is what is needed in the industry. Thank you.
Next question, Professor Diaconou.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, first of all, to supervise your project. Congratulations for the written project and also for your presentation today. My question is a bit linked to your stakeholders. You have interviewed an impressive number of stakeholders, and among them betting companies. And then one of your recommendations is obviously for the country to, if possible, sign and ratify the Macolin Convention. Now, to bring together the two, you are very well aware of the fact that in the Macolin Convention, there's one important topic, a cornerstone of the convention, which is national platforms. And for the people here who may not be aware of it, so national platforms are actually a database where several stakeholders, including betting companies, feed with live information, that database, and the information is available for the other stakeholders. So talking to, as you have talked to the stakeholders from the betting companies, did you notice, did you observe, do you think that they were willing to participate to these national platforms? Are they willing to cooperate and to feed into the platform all those information? It's one of the, let's say, main points which we found in other jurisdictions to be problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madalena. It was a pleasure for us as well. Interesting to note that one of our qualitative research, the guy from the betting company, he's a lawyer, and he's 100% in favor of Macallan Convention. In fact, he mentioned that it's very important to implement this in Brazil. So, answering your question, we also add the fact that from our quantitative research, which is the other side of the coin, we discovered that 53% of our researchers, they don't know about the Macallan Convention as well. So we have a different situation here, but we believe that it's also an opportunity. So Brazil right now, they are discussing about the Macallan Convention, and I believe that betting companies is aware of the situation, and at the end of the day, I think they're going to support.
And we will conclude with the last question coming for a real expert, world expert in football, Mr. Walter Gag. Walter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Denis. Best thanks for your explanations and a wonderful presentation. Thank you. In all your information you have given, explanations, you have not mentioned the referees, the officials. What are you thinking? Where are the referees in all these problems of match cheating? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think the main core research question that we have at hand is that we focused on the off-pitch stakeholders for the purpose of this research. One, because first in the existing literature, it focuses a lot on the on-pitch stakeholders, like the referees you mentioned and the athletes themselves. But we thought that there was opportunity to be explored in the off-pitch stakeholders, since they also are the ones setting the regulations and the legal framework. We thought there was some room for growth in that area, which is why we've narrowed down the research to focus more on the off-pitch stakeholders.
And we have a last question from Professor Ruta.
Yes, thank you very much.
You
Congratulations.
deserve it because I thought you were asking.
No problem. You are able to see the future.
Somebody in front of you.
You see the future, so you knew that I wanted to make a question. My question is a curiosity, because you mentioned the fact that it's not only match fixing, but also spot fixing. I'm very terrified from the fact that now it's possible to bet on everything that happened during a game. For instance, recently there was kind of in Italy an episode of a yellow card from the bench, something that doesn't impact the game, but it gives, obviously, there's an impact of money and blah, blah, blah. So I am a little bit worried why sport organizations don't, maybe they do, but I don't know, so I'm asking you, because you are now expert on this, why there is not a real kind of a strong position about making boundaries on what is possible to bet. Because I understand the final results, the number of goals, blah, 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 but then now I think it's becoming a little bit exaggerating, until the point that the more things you put in the betting system, the more you create addiction, because we never forget that betting create addiction, and we have cases of a couple of Italian players that were disqualified for this. So disqualified for this. So long story short, at the end, I want to say did you find that there is a movement, something that maybe I'm totally unaware about it, because I think it's becoming too much?
Thank you, Dino. I think we can analyze from both perspectives. The first one is from educational perspective. We have some players who was caught in match fixing, and when they make the deployment, they said they didn't know that a yellow card is a problem. So essentially, this is spot fixing. And I don't know exactly how to say it, but the ignorance of the players, importantly, at the end of the day, they think that if they receive a yellow card, they are not changing the game. They are not changing the result. So that's a point. The other point is from our qualitative research, more than one interviewers, they mention a movement internally to provide a change in the way they are betting. So they would like to create something that the bettors should betting only in things that can develop the game itself. So, for example, instead of yellow card, you may bet only like if the team will have more pass of the ball, for example, or more shots on the goal, for example. So this is another point.
Need of the player, of the referee, that makes sense. Otherwise, is become at least this movement. I hope that will become soon very evident. Thank you very much for your answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Group 6, 7. Well, dear students, family and friends, guests, we are at the end of quite a long afternoon, and I would like to congratulate you and thank you for your stamina. And I think I may say, and you will not contradict me, that it was worth attending this session because we really heard outstanding presentation by all our students. And I would like to congratulate again all groups for their fantastic performances. And I would like to congratulate them not only for their efforts today, because what you have seen or heard today is just the result of 6 months of hard work, of research. And therefore, this has to be noticed and taken into account. We know what it means, even if the final result has been presented in 15 minutes. But your paper have been read already by the scientific committee, and they have been very much appreciated as well. To thank you all, the students of course, but all the audience who have been accompanying us all afternoon. I'm happy to say that outside some drinks, partly different from the ones you had at the break, will be served and will be available for you. Again, thank you very much for being faithful to CIES, to the FIFA Master, and I was happy, very happy to see some former students in the room, and also even there was a student for next year who wanted to get a flavor for what it will be in 1 year when he has to make his own presentation. So it's very nice to see that we have a very broad audience. So the end of the afternoon, thank you very much all again, and congratulations. And now the bar is open.